I'm going to bring the San Joaquin study session. Yeah. So, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Mr. Chiesa?
Here.
Mr. Couch?
Here.
Mr. Pereira? Mr. Peterson?
Here.
Mr. Rickman? Ms. Shuklian?
Here.
Mr. Wheeler?
Here.
Mr. Mendez?
Here.
Through the chair, we have a quorum.
Okay. So we'll move to approval of the consent calendars, items 7 through 9.
Move to approve?
Second.
Got a motion and a second?
Through the chair, we need a call for public comment.
Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Through the chair, I see no public comment.
Thank you.
Mr. Chiesa?
Aye.
Mr. Couch?
Aye.
Mr. Peterson?
Aye.
Ms. Shuklian?
Aye.
Mr. Wheeler?
Yes.
And Mr. Mendez?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item number 4 is public comment. Looks like we have one public commenter. Ms. Janet Dietz-Kamay. Ms. Dietz-Kamay, this is the study agency meeting. I'm not sure if you wanted to comment on this meeting or the regular governing board.
The regular governing board.
Okay, thank you. Okay, through the chair, I see no additional public comment on this item.
Okay, so move to item 5. Any governing board member comments?
Move to adjourn?
You sure run a fast meeting.
Yeah, I got a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Through the chair, no motion necessary. You can go ahead and adjourn the
Okay,
meeting.
thank you. And I'll turn it over to the real chair.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah. All right, so we'll move on now to the full San Joaquin board. So good morning, welcome to meeting of the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District Governing Board. We have board members participating in person and via Zoom webinar. We'll do our best to facilitate a smooth meeting with public participation via Zoom and webcast. Before we begin, here are some important guidelines and general instructions for the meeting.
Why is this pointing at me?
Please silence your other communication devices such as cell or desk phone. This will ensure that we are not hearing any feedback that can interrupt the meeting. During the meeting, all public participants, except the board members and district staff, will be placed on mute by the host. Public members will not be able to mute or unmute manually. Only the board members and staff will be visible on Zoom. Audio for members of the public will be unmuted once they are recognized to make a public comment. After each agenda item, the chair will announce public comment. The clerk will recognize any public attendee who has indicated they wish to speak. Right, so we'll move to item 2, which is roll call.
Mr. Bessinger?
Here.
Mr. Chiesa?
Here.
Mr. Couch?
Here.
Ms. Fagazi?
Here.
Ms. Lewis?
Here.
Mr. Mendez?
Here.
Dr. Pacheco Werner?
Here.
Mr. Pereira? Mr. Preciado? Mr. Reyes?
Here.
Mr. Rickman? Dr. Sheriffs?
Here.
Ms. Shuklian?
Here.
Mr. Wheeler?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
And I'm here as well.
Through the chair, we have a quorum.
All right, at this time, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So this morning, we're going to do things a little different. We have a couple items to take up in closed session prior to opening the general meeting. So at this point, we will now adjourn to closed session.
Before we do that, we do need to call for public comment on the two items, conference with labor negotiator and conference with district representative,
Okay.
before going into closed session.
And through the chair, I see no public comment on this item.
All right. So now I'll finish the script here with, we will now adjourn to closed session. If public members in attendance in the regional offices will be asked to leave the meeting rooms while closed session is in progress. We have staff standing by to escort you to another room to wait until closed session ends. For the board members attending on Zoom, please be advised that there will be a delay of up to 5 minutes to allow for transition from open to closed session and back. So please log into the closed session using the link previously sent to you by staff. And we have already outlined the two issues. So at this time, we'll move to closed session. All right, welcome back. We will now reconvene as the full board out of closed session. There are no reportable items to report out. So at this time, we'll go to item 5, which is the consent calendar, and we'll take public comment on the consent calendar at this time.
And through the chair, I see no public comment on the consent calendar at this point. Oh, 1 second. Looks like Janet Dietz, oh wait, she lowered a hand, excuse me. No public comment.
All right, very good. So at this time, we'll bring back to the board the consent calendar for action.
Move to approve?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Would you please call the roll?
Okay, Mr. Bessinger,
Yes.
Mr. Chiesa,
Yes.
Mr. Couch,
Yes.
Ms. Fagazi,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Mendez,
Yes.
Dr. Pacheco Werner.
Yes.
I don't believe we have Mr. Preciado on. Mr. Reyes,
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Yes.
Dr. Sheriffs,
Yes.
Ms. Shucklian,
Yes.
Mr. Wheeler,
Yes.
and Mr. Peterson.
How would I?
Motion passes. Item number 6 is public comment.
Oh, Janet can get in there.
All right, so at this time, we'll move to public comment. This time is made available for comments from the public on matters within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda. It is requested that no comments be made during this time period on items on the agenda. The public may make comments on each board item, agenda item during the time allowed for public comment on that item. Attention is called to the fact that the board is prohibited by law from taking action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and this is the time for Ms. Dietz Kamei to make her comments.
Ms. Dietz Kamei?
Thank you. Good morning, board members, Chairman Peterson, and staff. I am, of course, concerned.
Ms.
with-
Kamei, we can't hear you. If you could move closer, or,
Can you
try to-
hear me now?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good
you.
morning, board members, Chair Peterson, and staff. This is my moment for commenting on climate change, something that concerns me considerably. Well, I have heard that this is the hottest June on record. We've already had a number of 100-plus days. I always consult the monitors regarding air quality, and one that I consult mostly during the summer is the Clovis North Via Avenue monitor, which gives us readings on PM 2.5, 10, ozone, NOx, and so on. And this one, I am concerned, is not working. It's having gaps in its information. And today, I'm pretty sure that the PM10 would be registering as the PM2.5 is. But my point is we are having drier air, hotter temperatures, hotter air, and each year our summers are hotter than the last. And so far this one is following that pattern. Climate change. Climate change is drying our air. Climate change is reducing the rain in our part of the country and accelerating rain on the eastern part of our country. I have this imagination of, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had pipelines taking that excess water from the East Coast that is flooding people out and taking it to us on the West Coast? Something to be considered is our weather is no longer what one could classify as normal. We have excess events on both coasts. Climate change. Climate change. The trees are dehydrated. The grasses are dehydrated. Your discussion prior to the meeting, it addresses climate change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Connie Young.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Connie Young, a Fresno resident, retired registered nurse, and volunteer with Citizens Climate Lobby, also known as CCL. I agree with Janet Dietz-Kamei, but recently the weather has seemed pretty nice, so I thank you for your part in contributing to the relatively clean air that we've all been enjoying. It's been nice to go for walks for my health without worrying that it will result in long-term damage to my lungs, heart, or brain. Beginning this week and continuing through July, members of CCL across the country will be lobbying their members of Congress in support of the Energy Innovation Act, H.R. 2307. Here in Fresno and Bakersfield, we plan to meet with D.C. staff for 4 local members of the House, as well as Senator Feinstein. Each of our lobby teams has 4 or 5 people who are teachers, farmers, business people, medical professionals, students, and retirees. In short, a wide variety of ordinary Americans who are deeply concerned about climate change. We take this responsibility seriously because the stakes feel very high. The Biden administration is determined to take action on climate change, and that's good. But to date, it has made no commitment to putting a price on carbon pollution that is fouling our air. Instead, it favors industry-specific standards and regulations. This, despite the IPCC's report, Global Warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, that recommends, quote, explicit carbon prices remain a necessary condition of ambitious climate policies, end quote. This, despite a statement by over 3,500 U.S. economists that said, quote, a carbon tax often offers the most cost-effective lever to reduce carbon emissions at the scale and speed that is necessary, end quote. This, despite a growing and varied list of groups, including the American Chemistry Council, the Business Roundtable, the American Federation of Teachers, Trout Unlimited, and 20 prominent faith organizations that all have called for putting an economy-wide price on carbon. If we don't have a national price on carbon by 2023, our businesses will be subject to a carbon tariff that the EU plans to begin levying on imports from countries that don't have a carbon price. So, because of the science, for our businesses, and for the sake of our quality and health, we need a national price on carbon pollution. I ask you to urge our members of Congress to co-sponsor one of several carbon pricing bills in the House and Senate, but especially the Energy Innovation Act, H.R. 2307. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I see no additional public comment on this item.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to respond to one technical comment that was raised by Ms. Dietz-Kamei on the Clovis air monitoring site, just for clarification in case there's any members of the public that may be concern about that particular site. So the site is up and running appropriately. There aren't any major data gap issues. From time to time, there may be some maintenance, but it is certainly up and running now and has been. And then the readings that she mentioned for PM, those are the real readings for PM 2.5. They are low or relatively low. And as Ms. Condi Young, also observed, we actually have seen some relatively clean levels, all throughout the year. I do fear with the wildfire season, with rising temperatures, that some of that we may be challenged, from an air quality perspective, I think, in the coming days and weeks. But actually on the valley floor, we haven't seen an exceedance all year yet of the 84 part per billion ozone standard, which is the one that we're working towards by the 2023 attainment deadline. So those values are certainly real, and we have observed relatively clean air quality, and appreciate the recognition of that. But the challenge remains, and hopefully we maintain that going into the summer and then into the winter later this year. So I just wanted to respond to that. Thank you.
Great news. Great progress. Better yet.
Item number 7 is adopt the district's 2021-22 recommended budget.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, just wanted to give you the quick presentation on this item, which is to approve and authorize the chair to sign the attached resolution establishing the district's 2021-22 budget. This budget was prepared with guidance and oversight by your board's ad hoc subcommittee that met back on April 16th. And as you recall, in May, we had our public hearing for the exclusive purpose of reviewing the budget and taking public comment on the recommended budget. In the prior action on the consent calendar, your board approved the negotiated MOU with employees and the fiscal impact of those agreements for this budget year, the 21-22 budget year, are incorporated into the recommended budget by adjusting the salary savings to accommodate the approval of those agreements. At the May hearing, you did set today's hearing as a hearing for approval of the budget. As we talked about in May, it's designed to achieve the district's mission in the coming year, and does have adequate resources as a balanced budget. And it would establish the budget at $583 million and a little bit over that in 21-22. Of that amount, the vast majority being for the non-operating clean air grants that we provide and pass through in partnership with residents, businesses, and others in the community. We're prepared to actually go through the budget here if you're interested in hearing the details of the budget again, as we did in May, but leave that up to the chair and the board as to whether you'd like to go through that, and it's ready for action by the board here on today's agenda. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you and the board.
Very good, thank you. And I think, the board has had an opportunity to hear this, and the budget committee did great work on this, and, commendations to the staff for putting together a very aggressive, thoughtful budget, which addresses the needs and the public health of our community in a very aggressive way. And so I don't see any questions from the board at this time. Give you one last shot at that, and then we'll move to public comment.
It looks like there may be
We do have Mr. Jacob Warner.
Thank you. And just a note of appreciation to the work that everyone is doing, and really looking forward to particularly the increases in the public education budget. Seeing those yield, particularly during this wildfire season, and really, a lot of what you're building into, what you're growing, I definitely see it as developing that long-term capacity for our region, for economic and public health resilience to climate adaptation. And I think that, what I see in this budget really reflects that, and just thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you. Further comments by the board? All righty. Now we'll move to public comment.
Through the chair, I see no public comment on this item.
Supervisor Mendez.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, Shakti.
No, you got it.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Mr. Bessinger?
Yes.
Mr. Chiesa?
Yes.
Mr. Couch?
Yes.
Ms. Fagazi?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Pacheco Werner?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Mr. Rickman,
Yes.
Dr. Sheriffs,
Yes.
Ms. Shucklian,
Aye.
Mr. Wheeler,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Did I vote aye?
Motion passes. Item number 8 is report on district citizens advisory committee activities. It doesn't look like Kevin is here.
So, Mr. Chair, it doesn't look like the CAC chair is here to provide any verbal comments, but the item is attached to the agenda, available for your review. So if the board has any questions.
Very good. And if he maybe shows up later, we can provide some time maybe for comments to work him back in.
Sounds great, thanks. Item number 9 is approve the continued implementation of the Tune-In, Tune-Up vehicle repair program.
Look at that smile on her face. What did I tell you? Here we come to Stockton.
All right. Good morning.
Buddy.
Nothing like starting with a little sarcasm, right? All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Brian Dodds. I'm a program manager in our Grants and Incentives Department, and it's my pleasure to be here this morning to seek your board's approval for the continued implementation of the Tune-In, Tune-Up vehicle repair program. Mobile sources of emissions, which the district has no regulatory authority over, account for more than 85% of the valley's NOx inventory. The district's voluntary incentive programs are critical in reducing emissions from mobile sources in order to reach our air quality attainment goals. In recognition of the critical need for emission reductions from passenger vehicles, your board implemented the Drive Clean in the San Joaquin program, which provides Valley residents with a variety of options for reducing motor vehicle emissions. These program options include vehicle repair and replacement, which are focused on low-income and disadvantaged community residents, and our rebate program, which is available for all Valley residents. Our program website provides valuable information and application resources for residents looking to participate in any of our Drive Clean program, Drive Clean in the San Joaquin program options. The Tune-In, Tune-Up vehicle repair program provides Valley motorists with assistance to repair their high-emitting vehicles and is implemented with program partner Valley Clean Air now. Traditionally, the program has been implemented through weekend events, which are rotated throughout the valley, where vehicles are screened for the likelihood to fail a smog test. Owners of high-emitting vehicles are issued vouchers for emissions-related repairs, which are redeemed at participating STAR-certified smog shops for up to $850 in costs associated with pre- and post-smog test, diagnostic time, and emission-related repairs. Unregistered vehicles are also able to complete their registration once their repairs are completed and the vehicle passes the smog test. Here are some pictures from our past weekend events that I know many of you have attended. They're a great opportunity to see some of this in action, and we'll talk about sort of next steps and the resumption of events in just a second. So in March 2020, in response to COVID-19 public health recommendations, the district canceled all scheduled weekend events. In lieu of weekend events, the district worked with our program partner, Valley Clean Air now, to develop a new model for the program, which allowed Valley residents the opportunity to participate in the program by directly contacting program staff. Since the launch of this program, this new program model, the district has seen a strong response by Valley residents, with nearly 14,000 repairs completed over the last year. The program continues to provide emission reductions from high-emitting vehicles, as well as economic benefits to Valley residents and participating STAR-certified smog shops. The new program model is very streamlined and allows residents to easily participate by contacting Valley CAN by phone or through an online interest form, and then they're able to select a participating smog shop in their area. Valley CAN connects the participant with the smog shop to set up an appointment, and at the appointment time, the smog shop conducts an emissions test on the vehicle, completes emission-related repairs, and then submits the invoices for reimbursement of those expenses. District staff review the submitted invoices and provide payment to the smog shop. And this table just highlights the continued strong demand by Valley residents for repair funding, with, again, nearly 14,000 repairs completed in the last year. Last year, the UCLA Luskin Center for Innovation released a report discussing the district's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the continuation of the vehicle repair program. The report plotted the district's response in addition to the environmental and economic benefits achieved by the program, and concluded that the program continued to reduce vehicle emissions and improve air quality in the San Joaquin Valley. A newly released Luskin Center report highlights and commends the district efforts in reaching disadvantaged communities through the implementation of our vehicle replacement program, which continues to see strong demand. With the expected easing of California's COVID-19 public health restrictions, the district and Valley Can are planning to resume weekend events in the new fiscal year. Between July and December, 8 events would be scheduled with a focus on small rural communities to ensure strong program participation throughout the Valley. Events will be adapted to include a socially distanced, limited contact process throughout the event, and in order to protect the health of all participants and staff working the event. Additional events will be scheduled between January and July, and all events would follow public health recommendations. In addition, we're proposing that the direct participation model would continue from July to December, at which point district staff will evaluate the program participation and return to your board if necessary with additional recommendations for the remainder of the fiscal year. With your board's approval, district staff recommends continuing our successful partnership with Valley Clean Air Now as project contractor for the implementation of the vehicle repair program. Consistent with previous contracts, 75% of this funding would be for vehicle repairs and 25% would be for program implementation. Valley Can's responsibilities include program outreach, coordination with repair shops, holding weekend events, assisting program applicants, and submitting completed repair invoices to the district for payment. Eligible expenses include event-related costs, program management, accounting, payroll overhead, outreach, insurance, and other expenses directly related to program implementation. So our recommendations today are to authorize the board chair with Executive Director APCO recommendation to execute an agreement with Valley Clean Air Now for the implementation of the district's Tune-In, Tune-Up vehicle repair program, and to authorize the Executive Director APCO to make administrative changes to the program as necessary to ensure successful program implementation. And this concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the report. We'll first go to Supervisor Wheeler.
Who?
You.
Oh. I don't know how long I've been on here, 7, 8 years, I guess. I don't know how long it's been, but,
Seems like
and I used to
20.
come to a lot of meetings before I was ever on here. And I've heard that 85% number ever from day one, that from that mostly trucks and stuff passing through. What is our state and federal government doing to slow this down? I mean, I know we preach to them. I've been to D.C. and Sacramento with you 3 or 4 times, and we preach to them, but it's still 85%. It's just almost ridiculous. I got one more thing, but I just, how can we beat that?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think that it's a great question and something that the board has taken a number of policy positions over the years to continue pushing for innovative, strong actions when it comes to addressing mobile source emissions, as you're pointing out, make up. And by the way, that number has shifted over as we keep reducing stationary source emissions. That balance continues to tilt in that direction. Not too long ago it was 80%. It became 85%, and there are a number of mobile source measures that are certainly in the works. And Dr. Pacheco Werner, who sits on the CARB board, this year it's another big year when it comes to actions that the state may be taking. But it's not just the state. We need help from our
But I
federal
said
partners as
federal,
well.
too. That's not.
Yeah, and so we're going to be pushing, quite a bit this year, not only in working with Dr. Pacheco-Warner and the CARB board on, how we're going to be addressing mobile source emissions, but also at the federal level, everything from heavy-duty trucks and the new heavy-duty truck initiative that we're continuing to advocate for, because I think, it's important that we level the playing field. When we talk about California and the Valley and technology mandates that apply here, I think you get much more penetration of those technologies when we're all talking about that on a national level. So the board's always taking a position to petition for federal standards, so that we have more effective mobile source strategies. So we are working on that as well. We've also petitioned on the locomotive standard as well. So there's a lot of activity going on there. But the issue we have here in the Valley is that we don't have many years for those reductions to help us with the Clean Air Act mandates that we have. And I think that's the ongoing challenge. We're the ones that are penalized locally here if we don't meet the 2024 or 2025, say, PM 2.5 standards, when the majority of air pollution, certainly we're going to do what we can at the local level, but if we don't get mobile source reductions, it's going to be very difficult to meet those standards. So that is an ongoing challenge, and that's why these incentive programs play a major role in it. It looks like Dr. Pacheco-Warner may want to, I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you're okay with her weighing in a little bit on that, but at this point, but I just want to get, she was raising her hand, so.
Just echoing that, and also though, thinking about the mobile source reductions, it can be anything from the things that are going up to CARB in terms of regulations and standards in vehicles, and all sorts of vehicles. But it can also be, as severe as what happens in other countries in terms of limiting, private car mobility too. And so I think we definitely don't want to get to that extreme, and we want to make sure that our reductions are aggressive. And I agree with you in terms of wanting to see that number, go down as well, and keeping in mind, like as Samir said, our limitations here in the Valley and our rural areas as well. Thank you.
So on that same thing, I know we have most areas in the states, United States, don't have the bowls and stuff like we have the San Joaquin Valley and stuff, but still, they're still polluting the air. And it's still causing the gases to go up there, which if it is climate control or climate change, I don't know. I still don't know about that, but, it still just kind of irks me. I think that we ought to start preaching and more than we do. We do enough as it is, telling the public, get a hold of Congress, tell them to change the rules, make it a universal United States rule, about trucks and stuff. And then the second thing is, I was looking at these numbers, these phone call numbers are amazing in 2021. I look at it though, and I hope that, that 7 million will be enough if it's already starting this well this year, that it'll be enough. They're already, the vouchers issued almost, they're in the 2,000s almost every month except for May, and last year from July to December we never even broke 2,000. So I love those numbers. And I've had a few people call, but it's minute compared to as many as calling in. So I love this program. I tell you.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Bessinger.
I see this program as probably one of the most important things that we do as a air board. We do a lot for the agricultural community and for the environmental community, but this actually helps people who are struggling financially, helps them get their cars fixed so they can get to work, and because they're helping the economy too. They're feeding their families, they're buying goods. This is, if we can help people have one less stressful thing in their life, this is a good thing. It reduces, takes off, either removes or fixes some highly polluting vehicles. And I like the access via telephone, because not every struggling family lives in a rural community. So this allows people in my town, people in different communities that would have to drive to Parlier, Fowler, or some outskirt where we're doing this program, so that helps them. But this is actually my favorite program. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just following up on that, I think we do a lot in communications here, and I don't think there's any better communication than, word of citizens that have participated in a program that is beneficial to their families, and that word spreads probably more rapidly than listening to, a radio ad or something like that. Not that, we need it all, but I think clearly it is, something that spreads like wildfire when it's available. So with that, we'll move to Dr. Sheriffs.
Thank you. I'm honored to be the lead-off speaker for Ms. Fugazi's presentation.
Well, with that, thank you, Ms. Fugazi.
It is a fabulous program. Incredible value to the community, and as has been pointed out, ValleyCan has done a fabulous job of reaching out successfully to disadvantaged communities and being nimble with this board's support and responding to COVID and continuing the process, improving the process. It's a program that's got a terrific cost-benefit ratio in terms of bang for the buck. Can't say enough good things about it. So I have some concerns in terms of long-term funding, but before that, thank you, Supervisor Wheeler, for your comments. It is a reminder in terms of funding. We need to be supporting state and federal efforts to deal with that 85%. We need to be supporting cleaner fuels, cleaner cars, better mileage standards, electrifying transportation, because that's how that's going to be addressed. So we need to be supportive of that to make that happen. And I have to point out, the last administration rolled back mileage and emission standards. And I'm glad this administration, for our air quality and all our other needs, is working to reverse that, to improve mileage standards, improve emission standards. To the direct funding issue, where does that $7 million come from? I know some of it comes from Electrify America. And I raised the question in part because we do need to be thinking proactively, because everyone seems to agree. Great program, fabulous value. Well, we want to keep it going, so we do need to think about where funding has come from in the past and how do we sustain, how do we expand this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a quick response on that. Great question, Dr. Sheriffs. So the funding for this program has generally been the motor vehicle DMV fees that we collect here in the Valley, and the $7 million recommended. It's a strategically designed amount. I wanted to give you a little bit more context here. What we're also doing in parallel to this program, and you heard this several months ago, was our work on our vehicle replacement program. That we also partner with Valley Cleaner now to run, so that when a resident is looking at different options, repair is an option, replacement is an option as well. And we're very happy to report, and you'll hear a little bit about the state budget process here on the agenda, but it is looking like we're probably going to be receiving some very significant funding in not too long under the new state budget for what's called the Clean Cars for All program statewide. We call it Drive Clean San Joaquin, the replacement portion here. So when you really look at these programs as a collection of programs, going into the coming year, we're hoping that we actually have significant new funding that also makes the replacement option available, so that while we're offering the repair for vehicles where it really makes the most sense, we're also working to actually get people into newer vehicles, either a used electric vehicle or a new electric vehicle that obviously you're seeing more and more of those options on the market. So what we're going to do is we're going to come back to the board, for that new funding in the state budget to accept, whatever that award might be. That's going to be negotiated in the final budget, and then we'll work with CARB, and Dr. Pacheco Warner will be in close contact with her role there to make sure our allocation is as large as it needs to be. We're going to come back to the board for that particular program and anticipate that in the summer, after the state budget's approved. And then I think based on the program performance, as Brian mentioned, seeing where we are, if we need to come back to the board to actually increase the funding or kind of take a look at where we are, that's something that we anticipate coming back later in the fiscal year to see exactly where it's at. This program, we've always been able to fund it at its demand. So we've never really turned anybody away, in this program. So I think we definitely want to keep an eye on that. And based on the demand that we see, we'll certainly return to the board and report back on that. But I want to make sure it's clear it's a collection of effort. It's not just one funding stream. Hopefully, we're actually able to keep getting people into newer electric vehicles with that newer funding as well. So that we're kind of balancing those two things out. Hopefully, that answers your question.
Very good. Thank you. So at this point, we will move to the Vice Mayor and Queen of the Drive Clean in the San Joaquin, Ms. Fugazi.
Thank you. I don't mind being called the cheerleader of this program. Both programs, I love them. You guys already know that. If it's on the agenda, I'm going to comment on it. I would like to agree, with Mr. Wheeler, in terms of the numbers, 69,000 calls. I mean, that is serious. I mean, when you look at our events, we can only do a maximum, let's say, of 525 cars at each event. So the fact that we're reaching people who, as mentioned, can't get to the location, for whatever reason, don't want to sit out there waiting for 8 hours, beforehand, parking the night before, because that's what happens in Stockton. They literally come the night before and start lining up. But I don't want to get rid of the events. I love the events. You actually can see the program at work, and you're able to refer people to other incentive programs and grants that the district offers. Also agreeing with Dr. Sheriffs and Councilmember Bessinger that our disadvantaged communities, this is a choice that some of them, a very difficult choice they have to make. And in case you didn't know, here in Stockton, we have towed approximately 1,500 cars last year off of the street. 1,500 cars. That's a lot of cars that aren't registered. We found out about 2/3 of them are not registered. Well, why? Well, because they couldn't get them smogged. They couldn't get a smog certificate, so they couldn't register them. And I'll add one more little story. I was looking to buy my niece a car for Christmas, and I looked at about a little over 20 cars for her. It would be her first car. And one of the first questions I asked was, do you have any leaks? And do you have a smog certificate? And I was shocked at how many did not have a smog certificate. And they're like, oh, yeah, I can't, the check engine light's on. And I'm like, oh, did you know that there was a program called Tune In, Tune Up? I'm going to give you the phone number. You call them. This guy had a 2005 car that had less than 100,000 miles on the car, and I wanted to buy it. He had not had it registered since 2017 because he couldn't, he's like, I can't get it smogged. There's something wrong with it. I can't figure it out. I can't afford it. So I gave him this program. He called me. He goes, oh, my God, I got my car fixed. I can sell it now legitimately. And so those are things you have to look at, too. And some of those numbers being up is because when I was on the phone with somebody talking about buying their car, here's an option. Here's a program that you should take advantage of in order to get your vehicle properly smogged and registered. And so I can't, you guys know, I can't speak highly enough about this program. And if more funds are needed somewhere down the line, I'm going to be first there to say yes, because really, truly, it, again, is something you can actually see the program working, even though our numbers might not be where they are, because some people still don't know about the program. A lot of people still don't know about the program. So just keep putting it out there, sharing it with people. and I hope we can keep kind of a hybrid going. But I love it. I'm in full support of it. And yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. So we'll move to Mayor Reyes.
Thank you. Just want to echo a lot of what was said. This program is more important than ever, and I think it's even compounded by what's happening with the automotive industry. New, used vehicles, the prices are gone through the roof. The availability is down. The more we can stretch vehicles that can comply with current standards for smog, the better, and the better off we can help those who need the help to keep that going. So I think that more than ever, in addition to what everybody's already said, but also with current conditions, with the cost and availability of alternatives, I think this is a crucial program. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bessinger.
Just really quickly, if staff can put together a two-sided informational handout about the size of a moving violation, I can get those to all of the law enforcement agencies in Fresno and Madera County. And when an officer pulls over a vehicle, let's say it's for registration or maybe for excessive smoke, while they're having the conversation, whether the officer writes them a fixer ticket or not, it would be something that they can hand out to them and say, did you know about this program? This might help you. And it might save the person from getting a ticket, and the officer feels also that they've done their due diligence, making sure that this gets taken care of. If you can do that, I will make sure that happens.
Absolutely, and we have one, and we'll take a double look at, make sure it's like fully updated and ready for prime time. But we do have that. I mean, we actually when we get a smoking vehicle complaint, we do try to outreach on. We send them a letter saying, hey, somebody complained about your vehile. Here's a way you can maybe get some help to take care of your vehicle. I think it's consistent. A much more effective way to do it, actually, be partner with law enforcement to help get that message out there. Really appreciate that.
The conversation that the officer or deputy will have at the window with somebody is better than getting something in the mail.
Yep.
Back to Vice Mayor Fugazi.
One thing I did neglect to say is that if we could get more shops that are certified to do this. I know in Stockton there was a wait of anywhere from 3 to 5 weeks before somebody could get their car in, because you have to schedule an appointment. So I don't know what process needs to happen in order to have the availability of more local shops. But I just would like to add that, just because we had some people who were patiently waiting. But if we had more options, it would be helpful.
And through the chair, and that's a great comment. We've increased the number of smog shops over the last year. If they're STAR certified and want to participate, we want to have them in the program. So we can definitely double check, any of the areas where we might have that impact. I think we've added about 15 shops over the last year. So we're always encouraging more participation to help reduce that wait time.
Good. Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. For notification purposes, I know you guys just spoke about law enforcement. Another avenue you might want to look is through the courts, if they have the resources. And so when somebody gets a citation, they automatically, they're supposed to get a letter in the mail within 21 days. And I think that would be effective, but it's something that we're working with the courts with. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Supervisor, for that suggestion. Certainly something we'll look into. Appreciate that.
Okay. I don't see any more board comments. Do we have public comment?
Through the chair, we have Manuel Cunha.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and board members and staff. This is the Jamie Holt tune-up program that I will never forget, when they videoed that young lady with her 3 children. And when she said that $540, she was able to take that money that she saved and buy food for her children and some clothing. So when you hear that opportunity helped her to get her car running better, and I'll never forget that visual appearance of that face of that lady and her children. So again, like all the board members, absolutely great program. Now I'd like for us to add that program, and I think some of the folks there will appreciate this, and maybe Todd. We need a small independent truck program. Yes, the emission credits, we've already whatever done on the trucks, but more and more we have less independent truckers because they cannot afford to buy, and in some cases even fix their truck. But with the new laws, their older truck, their 2008, 2009, are going to be removed. So I would hope that down the road we can look at some type of small independent truck program like the car program that provides some of those repairs, but also has a program that works for them that absolutely meets the needs of these independent truck drivers. Nothing disregarding ARB's loan program. It don't work. It don't work. It doesn't meet those needs. The people don't understand that in that department of ARB. The Valley does. So I would recommend, if we can, at least open up and see if we can create a program for our independent truckers in our rural communities, because that's who's in those rural communities. And these folks are going to lose their trucks in the next year, and that's going to be bad for them and their families, as well as for the movement of goods in this valley. So that's just a recommendation of an idea, and I hope we can try to do that and get funds from DOT and others to help with this. So thank you again to the staff, and Samir, congratulations on a super program, and the board. You can't beat this program. It is the best. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a real quick response to Mr. Cuna's comments. Just wanted to remind the board and offer a little bit of an opportunity potentially there. We did pilot a program here that was it was a state-funded pilot to look at the potential of doing emissions-related repairs in partnership with some of the truck repair facilities, really focused on the owner-operator type truck repair situations. We had, I think, about $1 million that we piloted the program, learned quite a bit, provided a report to the state on that. I think that there's certainly I think Mr. Cuna is right on target, that I think there is an opportunity that we need to be looking at very carefully, because there is a program being developed right now by the state. It's called the Inspection and Maintenance Program. It's a legislative mandate now as well to develop this program. And I think in that context, the role of incentives, particularly for owner-operators in dealing with emissions-related repairs, is something that needs to be discussed as something that may be an opportunity. I know that the state Air Resources Board is actually, there's an investment plan actually currently being discussed for the heavy-duty trucking sector. That's probably one area where these needs could be discussed to see if there's potential for funding to be made available. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that, and just wanted to affirm that it is something that's certainly worthy of discussion in terms of can we actually get some emissions reductions for truck related repairs, and we'll certainly keep an eye on that and see if we can help pursue that.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Tom Knox.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm Tom Knox of Valley Cleaner Now. Thank you so much for all the kind comments this morning. And I want to make 2 points about really where the success of this program comes from. A is this couldn't happen without the Valley Air District, without the strong support of the board. For now, I think this is the 9th year that I've spoken to the board on this to thank them for their support. So that strong long-term support is a key element. The Valley Air District management, it has been so incredibly efficient and supportive in the planning and the administration of this program. This year was very notable in the number of big changes that needed to happen, and it was remarkable how smooth the planning for this board item went. We really appreciate how this next year has been planned, how smooth that has gone. So thank you to management and staff, where we work hand in hand with them every day to process the thousands of small repair invoices that come through. The dedication of staff, the very fast turnaround they have on everything, the creativity, the dedication is such an important part of this program. So thank you to everyone at the district for that. But then, the real power behind the success of this is the customers. The need out there for this help drives those numbers, those call numbers you see. This is a real need that's being met every day. It does help families feed their family. It helps them get to work. It helps things keep going. And during COVID, we've really seen that hit home. We hear these stories every day about the stress, the fact that people got to get to work, but they've got to get that smog cert to get new tags on their plates. It is the primary reason why our numbers are so strong in terms of those vouchers being redeemed, the repairs being completed, the cost effectiveness being so high. So it's really those two things together. I don't think we could ever see the success outside of the Valley because we don't have those two elements. So thanks for all the kind comments by the board today. Thanks for your strong support. We can't wait to get back in the field, get back to events. Would love to see board members come and visit if you haven't already. So thank you again for so many years of success, and we look forward to another great year. Thank you.
Next is Connie Young.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Connie Young here again. This is a terrific program, and I commend all who are involved in its ongoing success. However, here's a suggestion for your consideration. If fossil fuels were to become gradually more expensive because of an economy-wide, steadily rising price on carbon pollution, with the revenue rebated to U.S. households to help them cope with rising costs, it would incentivize and accelerate our state's transition to electric vehicles, thereby decreasing the number of polluting vehicles on the road and making the expenditure of funding and staff time on tune-in, tune-up less and less necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I see no further public comment on this item.
All righty. Well, we'll bring it back to the board for action. And she's so quiet.
Motion to approve.
Yeah, she's got a thumbs up.
Second.
Yeah, and we have multiple seconds, so would you please call the roll?
Mr. Bessinger?
Yes.
Mr. Chiesa?
Aye.
Mr. Couch?
Yes.
Ms. Fugazi?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Pacheco-Werner?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Mr. Rickman? Dr. Sheriffs?
Yes, yes, yes.
Ms. Shucklian?
Aye.
Mr. Wheeler?
You say Wheeler?
Mr. Wheeler.
It mumbled.
Oh, sorry. Mr.
Yes,
Wheeler?
only once. Dr. Sheriff don't get 3 votes.
Mr. Peterson?
Just this once.
I vote aye.
Okay, motion passes. And through the chair, we do have the CAC chair present, Mr. Abernathy. So if you'd like to revisit item 8, report on district citizens advisory committee activities.
I would say no, you snooze, you lose.
Kevin, are you with us?
Kevin, I believe you're muted. There you
There you go.
righty. Hey, thanks for my tardiness today. Couldn't find any good cell service that would hold a Zoom. Again, great to give a quick update, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is Kevin Abernathy, the chairperson for the CAC. Again, we did not have a quorum. We thought we were going to be behind that with the new addition of a city individual, but we had another one fall off. So we were unable to actually do any voting. But I do want to bring up the fact that the staff recommendation on the ag burn rule, we did get a consensus from the members on CAC minus a full quorum for CAC to support the ongoing efforts in the staff report moving forward again on the ag burn rule, and wanted to bring that to your attention because that is very, very important with the pending deadline and the work that the district staff and CARB have been doing behind the scenes on the elimination of ag burning over the next number of years, which is going to be critical for agriculture. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that's it.
Very good, sir. Thank you for the report and making the attempts to get here. Appreciate it.
Item number 10 is review and provide comment on the draft 2020-2021 annual report to the community.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, just wanted to give you a brief presentation on the draft annual report. This is not a formal action to approve the report, but it is a great opportunity to share the draft with you and see if you have any suggestions before we finalize the report, translate it, and then make it available to the public. Just a reminder, this is actually the 12th edition of the annual report to the community. It's a wonderful product that Jamie, who's here with me, director of communications here, is somebody, her and her team do a lot of work to pull this very useful report together every year. It's really intended for Valley residents, policymakers, businesses, Valley organizations, others that are engaged on the clean air mission here. It's really intended for them to get a detailed account of everything that we do in an understandable way, very different than a lot of the technical reports that we pull together. So it's actually been very helpful, as an outreach tool to help people understand, what we've been up to, where the air quality has been, some of the big things that are going on during the past year. Again, it's available in English and Spanish, online, and also in hard copy. It's a great resource to share, say, at events and other avenues for getting this report out there in Valley residents' hands. You may notice in the draft that the resolution's a little bit, not as sharp. It's really just meant to give you the draft. It does sharpen up by the time we publish the final version. Is really just more for review purposes, just save on memory and space and everything a little bit before we get the final published. But it's going to definitely look a lot sharper than what you see in the draft. And we use it, again, in many venues, CAC meetings, public events that Jamie and her team and other folks here participate in. So the plan here is I'm going to walk you through the really high level of the report. And as we go through it, if you have any ideas or suggestions, please feel free to weigh in, and we'll certainly take all that into account. Make any updates that we hear today, and then move forward with finalizing and making it available to the public. So I'm going to just click really quickly through the report. I'm not going to read these stories out, just kind of give you the highlight of what's in the report. Here, as you can clearly see, obviously we have the board and who's on the board, and we just wanted to note that depending on the audience, we're very careful with how this particular page here with the board is communicated, just to make sure it's in conformance with all state requirements as they relate to having the board involved in any of the outreach materials. So I just wanted to make sure you're just aware of that. I have a message here that focuses on what we were able to accomplish at a very, very high level this past year, and some of the challenges that are coming up as well, and the hard work that still needs to be done. We move on to talk in the report about the district, what our mission, what our vision is, what our core values are, just to let the public know, who we are and what we're all about, and our ongoing public health, clean air mission. The report then is something that's been very important to the board as a big component of this report. Gets into where the air quality is right now. So again, very hopefully understandable information around where the emissions reductions have been, as you can see in this chart. massive reductions in emission sources, for example, that we directly regulate under our authority, and massive progress that we've made there. While we continue to seek additional reductions, the mobile source emissions also have decreased, dramatically, but now make up, as we just talked about, over 80%, 85% of the total here. So we talk about the challenge, and then you'll see very important information here in the table on page 6 that talks about, where we are relative to our federal targets in terms of reducing emissions. And as you can see, once again here, we're well above our targets across the board for reducing air pollution, and just great to be able to report on that and let the Valley know that we're continuing to work hard locally and with our state partners to reduce air pollution. Then we get into more details in the report around where we are in some of the big air quality areas. On this spread here, we talk about ozone, and we have graphs on page number 8 that detail the various trends that we've been seeing. Wildfires certainly impacted us this last year during the summer, and so this article talks about those challenges, and there's more information that I'll show you here in a little bit on the wildfire season and the impacts that we saw there. But on the ozone front, just continue reporting on where we are, making a lot of progress, but we are being impacted in the summer by wildfires, and that's certainly something we wanted to point out to the public. Then we talk about PM 2.5 in the next couple of pages. Again, PM 2.5 was impacted by the wildfire. So typically in the summer, it's our what called relatively clean PM 2.5 season. Our winters, when we had most of our challenges, we were plagued by PM 2.5 impacts during the summer when we typically would have lower values. And so you'll see that reflected in the trends here. And as you can see, some big impacts in the last year that were related to the wildfires. Then the next couple of pages deal with the wildfire season and the impacts that we had with respect to air quality. Discussion around the unprecedented level of burning that occurred. Just some high level information around that, and then you see some graphs here that I think tell a really compelling story around the air quality impact. A series of graphics here that starting with this is actually during the month of September across different key sites. Some of the hourly values that were registered here on the valley floor. I know it may not be easy to see on the screen here, but you'll see that dotted line right there is our RAN level 5, which is our very high level in terms of air quality impact. And you saw many hours during that month that were over even that level 5. And this is a snapshot of some of the impacts that we saw. And then another representation here is taking a look at the Creek Fire and the emissions that came out of the Creek Fire as they relate to all of the valley emissions in total, as far as the inventory of valley emissions. And what you'll see is this by the way, on this graph, you can't actually see the valley emissions because you actually have to zoom in to this gray little area down here, which is this graph right here. And that's where you finally start seeing in blue what the valley emissions are compared to what the wildfire emissions were from to just that one wildfire, not from all the other wildfires. So it's absolutely important that we get a handle on those emissions. And then the last graph being the acres that were burned in total in California, which, as you can see here, unprecedented year. This is by year going back in time. So we've had big years obviously in the past, but if you look at last year, quite a big year compared to prior years. So just wanted to point that out. Then the third page, which is page number 13 on wildfires, the story continues, and then we actually show here, some of the graphics that we've used to represent the impacts of wildfires, the PM, the health issues, some of the things you could do to protect yourself. These are things that we worked on, and I want to recognize Dr. Pacheco-Warner. She was a great help in taking a look at this, and there's certainly improvements that were made to it in discussions with the board as well, and that's something that is part of the story there. Then we move on into the monitoring network, letting the public know what the air monitoring network looks like and what's being measured out there. And the report transitions to a lot of the really good work that's going on in our valley communities, with a big focus under AB 617, the Community Air Protection Program. These sets of stories here, these couple of pages talk about that work, the various plans that were put into place by your board, the reductions that are coming in the coming years from those plans, the monitoring that's done in the communities, snapshots of how, how that information is communicated to the public, the various residents of those communities. These sets of graphics on the next couple of pages, they're really just reflecting the various very innovative measures that are in these plans that have been approved by this board, that have been approved by the CAR board. The Stockton SERP is actually under consideration here in July by the California Air Resources Board. So these are, just really a reflection of how many different measures, the types of measures that are actually now being worked on by the staff, working with our community steering committees. Then the report goes on to talk about the planning that we're still going forward with the PM standards, the ozone standard, the various regulatory work that's going on in response to our planning and the commitments that your board has made to continually update our rules when we find emission reduction opportunities, which certainly been a lot of work going on there. And it's actually going into this year, there's going to be quite a bit more work as well. Then the report transitions to the grant program investments, the private and public partnerships that we create through these incentive dollars. And you just heard one of those programs. So this page articulates all the various investments that were made. Over $285 million invested last year in clean air grants, and it was matched with $340 million from the partners that we worked with across all these different program types. So with all the emission reductions here at the bottom of the page, massive reductions that we're able to achieve with those investments. Then we call out this one program here, the Burn Cleaner program has been a very popular program with residents where we fund the transition away from wood burning devices to cleaner technologies. We just talked about the Drive Clean in San Joaquin program, so I won't talk too much there about that one, but obviously a great success this last year there. Our work with the Volkswagen funding this last year, we're actually the statewide administrator for the electric shuttle bus, transit bus, school bus program. So there are a lot of great opportunities there, and we had a lot of Valley agencies actually take advantage of that program this last year. And then we call out in these next couple of pages some of the major partnerships that we have with our agricultural community to reduce air pollution. On page 25, some snapshots there about our work on the equipment fleet to continue upgrading that fleet. And it's something very unique. We're the only region, anywhere who's doing anything like what we're doing to modernize that fleet, seeing major emissions reductions there. And then what you're going to hear about a little bit later today, a discussion around our continued effort to phase out agricultural open burning and all the hard work that's going on there to come up with alternatives, pursue those alternatives, and put together an aggressive strategy for making that transition happen. Then the report gets into what we do to continue fighting for our fair share of funding from the state and federal administrations, and you'll hear in a little bit here about in the next item, actually, about the state budget from Tom Jordan. So we'll talk a little bit about that effort for this year, but certainly last year we continued that work and we're successful in receiving additional state and federal funds. Then the report gets into sources of emissions in the valley, just some background information as to where the air pollution comes from, and we often get questions about that and want to make sure that that's clearly communicated to the public. And then a story here about the COVID-19 transition, which of course the board's heard a lot about this last year and several months, continuing to offer our services, responding to the public needs across the various programs and services that we offer. And it's really our STAR work culture that gave us the foundation that we needed to provide that exceptional service, even during these challenging pandemic times. And so just a page there kind of highlighting the work culture here. The rest of the report just gets into a little bit more about inside the district, different departments, what we do, some of the things that happened this last year. You heard about the budget. That's a lot of work by our finance team, who once again earned the national award for financial excellence in our reporting, understandability of our financial reporting. So hats off to them, and great job again this year in putting together a good budget. So that's profiled as part of that. All the work that we do of permitting, we're a large region, a very large, regulated set of stakeholders that we need to work with throughout the year to work with them on permitting and addressing all of our requirements. So there's just some information on those pages around that program. The enforcement program, we have a very extensive enforcement program where we do a lot of compliance outreach to folks to understand the requirements, a lot of inspections, a lot of work to make sure that everybody's complying effectively with our requirements, and we really work very closely with our regulated community to help them make sure they're complying. And then we, outreach and communications. I've got Jamie here who leads that whole effort amongst other roles here, and she, throughout the year, just a lot of work on a variety of fronts. Everything from working with our schools to the wildfire outreach that you'll hear about a little bit later on the agenda. You've heard about the Tune In, Tune Up Pro. There's many different things that we do to get the word out about what's available, and program opportunities for residents, air quality information that may be of interest to them. These are examples here of the various, just things that we do to try to get the word out about our different challenges, programs. You can see these are just a few examples of many of the things that our great team does in that area. A little bit more about our app, and certainly a tool that residents have continued to download in a large number, and really rely on it for not only air quality information. You could use it for other services as well. And that actually concludes what I promised would be a quick overview of what's in the report. So again, Mr. Chair and board members, this is really just an opportunity to hear from you in case you have any suggestions or just any feedback that we could use before we finalize the report. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to you and the board. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Mayor. And we had a great update for new members this year that was, I think everybody commented on, and I think this really follows that lead and is going to be a great source, back to the community with respect to, how we follow ourselves and present that to the community. And so thank you for this. It's I think it's a move up. Dr. Pacheco Warner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for this wonderful report, so much great information. I have one question and then one request. The question is on the page, I guess it's page 25 with the tractor replacement program graphic. It's not very clear to me what this, on just kind of like a first pass, what the diminishing smoke means. So,
That's a great. Sorry, if I could just answer that really quick. That's a great question. That's a tool that we've used in other settings to try to communicate, the big benefits that you get from a typical, 1988, tractor to maybe a model year 2015 tractor that's meeting the Tier 4 final standards. And so,
the years are the models.
Yeah, I think we can look at. We'll certainly try to clarify that if we can in the graphic. But yeah, that's basically a typical tractor, old versus new. And I think what we could do is maybe put a 98% reduction in air pollution, or between an old, something that's clear, so you don't have to do the math in your head or whatever, to figure it out. Yeah.
You know me, I think y-axis, x-axis, what's on the y, what's on the x. Thank you. Yeah, and then, something about the introduction, that, I do think, I love starting with the core values and the challenges. However, I don't really see a lot in the beginning about the public health impacts that we're talking about here when it comes to the things that we're working on, ozone, PM 2.5. And so, I think that would feel like, we want to continue to drive that message home about, that it's not, ozone because we hate it, it's, what it does to our people, to our life expectancy. And I know that you guys have some research sort of coming up, and I know ARB does too, on trying to quantify that a little bit more. But I do think, based on some of the available data, at least, it would be helpful to just for people to be able to see the impact of ozone and PM 2.5 in people's actual, health and their communities. So those were my two comments. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if there's consensus with the board, I think one thing that we can do in that story, because I think we can probably shrink the graphic down there at the bottom. I'm going to use my graphic art design hat here for a minute, but
I just wrote that down too.
I think that we could, oh wow, we're on the same page then. We could expand the discussion in this very first article here. We talk about having healthy air for Valley residents, but I think we could add more, on the health benefits of reducing our pollution, the impacts. I think we can just to make sure it's front and center here. Yeah, and I think we have room to to make that change if that's okay with the board members.
Very good. Okay, Supervisor Shuck then. Oh, were you done?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment kind of a little bit what Chair Peterson said. As a new member for me, reading through it, it's a great backup for orientation, but it's also an easy read. It lays things out, I think, pretty clear so that the public can also understand what we do and why we do it. So I think it's a great source of information.
Great, thank you. Dr. Sheriff.
Thank you. Wow, what a great product in terms of sharing all that this district is involved in. It's a neat exposition. I think it's a really good balance of overview and detail for people to get educated and be smarter as they think about what we do and the past successes and challenges. And so, Jamie, I'm hoping you'll help me with my holiday letter this year, maybe clean things up a little bit.
You haven't seen it yet.
Aspirational, I think there's one big issue missing, and I hope our board will have the opportunity in the next year to consider together and think about the place of climate change in our work. And, I hope next year's report to the community would include the acknowledgement, adding climate change to the challenges ahead, and also engagement, more explicit engagement, because I think the district is, in fact, in many levels, deeply engaged in the issues. When we look at the use of state funds coming from climate investments, when we look at the co-benefits, but I would hope during the next year we could have a productive discussion, and I would hope we could see that in our report to the community, because I think it's going to be important. It's obviously important in the long term to our success with our air quality. Clearly co-benefits to what happens with greenhouse gases and air quality. But there's clearly a lot of funding at the state level, at the federal level, for agriculture in terms of carbon sequestration. Those are things that I look forward to us being more involved in, and then being able to share in our report to the community. So I think we need to have a good discussion. And as I say, I hope we'll see this appear in next year's report. And Jamie, thank you for your work. And my gosh, it again highlights what an incredible job the district does.
Right. I don't see any further comments by the board. Public comment?
Through the chair, I would like to announce that Mayor Preciado has joined the meeting as well. First up is Janet Dietz-Kamay for public comment.
Thank you. My first question is this draft report available at your front desk for public review? Am I able to go over there and pick one up? I would love to see that report. Not this report. I looked online and I did not see this report with the graphics, etc. And I wonder if it's available for me to look at. Another thing, Dr. Pacheco has a very valid point regarding the impacts of pollutants, especially ozone and PM 2.5, on public health, being included in that in the beginning. Very important for those who see this report. And Dr. Sheriff's point is also important. Climate change needs to be included in that report. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the work. But there are some things that need to be addressed in the report. And again, I ask, can I drive there and pick up a copy of this report? The one that is online is not this report. Thank you.
Yeah, the board's reviewing it today for approval, so it wouldn't be available yet.
And Mr. Chair, yeah.
Not even as the draft, not even as a draft? Not even that we observed today during this.
Ms. Kamei, you made your comments, and Samir will respond to that. So thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, board members, and Ms. Dietz Committee. Yeah, so great questions. So a couple of things. First, any interested member that wanted to come in and actually get a hard copy of the report, we do keep hard copies available in the office. We have them in Spanish and in English, so definitely want to encourage. We're happy to provide those. So on our webpage, we have the currently approved report, which is the prior year report. Now, as part of the board agenda packet for this meeting, Ms. Dietz Committee, you actually could see the draft was attached to the agenda item. So it's not up yet on our official report page because the board is taking a look at it right now. But the draft is available on the agenda item for this meeting. So definitely take a look at it there. And upon getting feedback today, this should be up very soon on our webpage as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Connie Young.
Okay, thank you. So this is Connie Young, and perhaps you can guess what I'm going to say. Not surprisingly, I second Dr. Sheriff's comment. Thank you for that. As always, this report is informative, attractive, and very well done. Samir, thank you for acknowledging climate change in your opening statement when you discussed collaborating with state and federal partners on climate change goals. That's a step in the right direction. Once again, however, a word search for the terms climate change, changing climate, and global warming produced no more results in the rest of the report. I was glad to see in the section about the historic wildfire season this statement, quote, in addition to excessive fuel buildup in the state's wildlands due to decades of fire suppression, widespread drought-driven tree mortality, higher temperatures, and drier conditions in recent years have contributed to extended and more intense wildfire seasons in the western United States, end quote. Of those 4 factors, 3 of them have direct links to climate change. Why not say so? Under outreach and communications, you mentioned that the district creatively adapted to the changes brought on by another existential threat, COVID-19. I look forward to the day that the report boldly states that the district is creatively adapting to the changes brought on by our warming climate. Acknowledging this global problem that is having critical impacts on our air quality and our health and well-being will raise awareness in our community and critically among our elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I see no further public comment on this item.
Okay, very good. This is, Supervisor Wheeler. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You know, personally, I don't think that those copies of the draft should be out to public because people could use that if we do any changes today before we make this motion. That's what will be out officially. That's not official. That's a draft just like we do draft letters. I mean, those aren't to go out to the public because if those aren't correct or we want to make changes, then people could use that against us. So I'm putting that out. I mean, whatever's online, that's fine, but other than that.
Yeah, so just to clarify, I mean, so this draft, Mr. Chair, this draft is available as part of the agenda packet for review, but it's not, to confirm, Mr. Wheeler, yeah, it's not available as an official report until today's discussion. So it will be published subsequent to the meeting, based on the feedback that we received today, and then it will be made available at that point, yeah.
Supervisor Mendez.
I totally agree with him, 100%. That's a draft form. Do we need to make a motion for this?
No.
Okay.
There's no formal approval.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the update, and congratulations on a great product, and look forward to the finished product.
Item 11 is verbal update on the 2021-22 state budget.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Tom Jordan, the district senior policy advisor. So you can't really start talking about this year's budget without starting with last year's budget. One of the main funding sources that we rely on for a lot of our programs, especially our incentive programs, is the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And last year, going into the uncertainty surrounding COVID-19 and the auctions that actually generate the revenue in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, there was a lot of uncertainty. There was an auction that basically almost generated zero revenue. And so the state decided not to appropriate any of those gas reduction funds for discretionary spending. So we were actually very engaged beginning last summer with the administration and others going into this budget year to ensure that they knew the continuing need, even though those programs hadn't been funded, and make sure that any proposals to either do a mid-year adjustment or a new budget proposal, our programs would be highlighted. We saw a lot of dividends out of that. Back in January, when the governor proposed his budget, a number of our programs received a fair amount of funding, given what we thought was going to be an austere budget year. So we did make some progress. Also, there was a piece of the budget to extend funding for the Carl Moyer program for AB 118, which were the funds that were extended in AB 8 a number of years back, and our local DMV fee to 2045. So the governor had proposed that as part of his January budget. So go into the springtime, what looked like it might be an austere budget ended up being one of the biggest budget years in California history, with revenues coming in higher than had been projected, as well as federal funds, stimulus type funds. There were tens of billions of dollars that hadn't been programmed that the governor came out with a proposal in his May revise. And in the May revise, a lot of our programs actually did quite well. The farmer program to replace agricultural equipment, back in January, the governor proposed $170 million. He proposed in his May revise $213 million for this year and $363 million over a 2-year period. So that was a definite increase and much closer to what the need is for that program. So that was a good sign. Also, AB 617, both the funding for the district's activities to implement that program and the incentive funds were programmed at previous year's levels. As far as the incentives, they were programmed at $265 million, which was a $20 million increase over the previous budget amount. So that was a good sign. There was also $2 billion for electric vehicle type projects or clean transportation. Of note, the Tune In Tune Up program, or the Clean Cars for All program, which is part of our the program you dealt with earlier today. For the equity programs, which include that program, there was $150 million included in the governor's proposal. So not all of that would go to Clean Cars for All, but we'd expect a significant portion of it to go to Clean Cars for All. So that's all very good news. The Senate went through a process and came up with their own plan, and a number of our programs in the Senate's early plan were highlighted. I missed one thing in the May revise, one very important thing. Between the governor's proposal in January and the May revise was when we went to ARB to talk about the phase out of agricultural burning. And there was general consensus that the only way that could happen on the timeline that was being looked at by CARB and others was for some significant resources from the state to help with that happening. The governor proposed $150 million in his budget to fund projects related to the phase out of agricultural burning. So the Senate came up with their own plan. Some of the categories were up, some were down. For the agricultural burning piece, they proposed 180 million over a 3-year period, so it was 60 million, 60 million, 60 million. However, what ended up happening was the Assembly in particular didn't come out with a plan. They basically felt like the May revise was such a drastic change from what was proposed in January. They needed more time to deal with the specifics. But there's a requirement that the legislature adopt a budget by June 15th, or they don't get paid. And so what happened was the Senate and the Assembly adopted a budget that is at the high line item level. For instance, for agriculture, there was a sustainable ag package that was $776 million. So they adopted that high line item level, but they didn't adopt the detail below, and basically said they would negotiate with the governor moving forward on what those breakdowns would be. So where we're at now is the legislature's approved a budget proposal at the line item level, the high line item level. The governor's going to respond to that by July 1st. And there's continuing negotiations about the funding programs that we're interested in. The other piece that I mentioned early on about the extension of the Carl Moyer program, our local DMV fees in 118, the legislature said that they did not want to move forward with that at this time in their response to the governor's budget. Their rationale was the program doesn't expire till 2023, and so they didn't want to take that up this year. We aren't taking that as the final answer. We've continued to push the governor's office to fight for it as a priority and hope that maybe that will still move forward at this point. And with that, I'll turn it over to Samir for anything I might have missed.
Yeah, I just wanted one observation that I'm not sure if it was fully covered or not. I just want to make sure it's clear. As far as where the governor's May revise budget was or is as compared to the legislative budget that was adopted at the high level, line item level detail that Tom just mentioned. The May revised budget had totals for some of these big buckets of funding. So like for sustainable agriculture, for example, as I think it was called, there was a total of, let's say, $776 million in the May revised budget. The legislature adopted, I think, pretty much across the board. Their budget at that high level matched the governor's budget at that level. So I think that's certainly a positive sign, that at least at that level, the allocations are consistent with what the governor was proposing. But below that level, there's still uncertainty as to the exact line item level. And that's where I think we need to keep advocating and making sure, that the priorities that were communicated and that were reflected in a pretty large way, I think, in the governor's May revise are ultimately what we see, or even greater potentially in the final budget, and that'll happen hopefully sooner rather than later. Through trailer bills that are basically adopted, and I think the sooner they basically negotiate those details, the sooner those bills will be out, and we all have more certainty around exactly where those dollars land.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Bessinger.
Hopefully, in January, I sent the governor a letter about agricultural burning, asking him to use his influence to work with CARB to give the farmers a little bit of a break on an extension. And I sent him a "My Job Depends on Ag" window sticker for his car. Hopefully, maybe this paid dividends. I have to scratch my head. We're all in public. Most of us are in public service, and we've done budgets for years. When did we start doing budget? This is rhetorical, where we name the number but don't name the details. This is why, as a state, we struggle, because people aren't willing to put the work in. This is frustrating. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Wheeler.
Yeah, and if you'd read in the Fresno Bee a couple of weeks ago when he come out with that big $67 billion surplus, the state an analyst that I guess works for him came out with an article in the Bee saying that he took, 27 billion or 37 billion, 30 billion or something, I don't remember the exact number, from education and added it to that, where he really couldn't do that. And he called him on it, and of course, it wasn't in the front page. It was back about 6 pages in the B on a Sunday. And so, you know, he exaggerates those numbers. If we did that as county or city councilman or what you do, you know, at your, if it's your office or a hospital, whatever it is, we'd all go to jail.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further comments by the board. I don't think, do we need to go to the public on this? Just, it's an update, right? We don't need to go public here. Yep. Dr. Sheriff.
No, I've got to make, Tom, thank you for your good work. Keep it up. I've got a little pocket knife if you want to borrow it to kind of poke people along. Not to stab them, just to poke them along.
Item 12 is approve supplemental report and recommendations on agricultural burning.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, I wanted to just quickly introduce this item and just start by recognizing the board for many years of working on this issue of agricultural open burning and trying to find ways to reduce the open burning, to transition away from open burning. There's been a number of phase outs over the years that this board has been very engaged in. This is a subject that's come up in front of the board here over the last year. So this is the latest set of recommendations related to open burning and would establish the phase out, essentially, of open burning in the next couple of years. It's a very bold proposal. There's a lot of moving parts in making this happen. So just wanted to recognize your board for your ongoing work in this area. And I'm going to turn it over to staff to actually walk through the presentation and the recommendations that are before your board today. With that, we'll turn it over to John Klassen, our Director of Air Quality Planning and Science.
Great, thank you, Samir. I'll kick off this presentation, and Jessica Correa, Program Manager, back behind me, will finish it off here in just a few minutes. So I'll walk us through some of the background here. SB 705 was established in 2003. That was related to agricultural open burning prohibitions in the San Joaquin Valley, and prohibition started in the year 2005. SB 705 is implemented by the district through our local Rule 4103 open burning and our smoke management system. So every 5 years, per our Rule 4103 requirements, we put together a staff report and recommendations on ag burning, and your governing board is required to approve this, and before we submit it to CARB and EPA every 5 years. Then CARB must review it and provide concurrence on this report and our recommendations, and they provided concurrence in all of our previous reports. And just recently, our latest version of this was in December 2020, a few months ago. This was discussed with your board, and you had approved that report at the end of 2020. A few more details on SB 705. It says that burning prohibitions may be postponed for any category of ag, waste, or crop if all of the following apply. There is no economically feasible alternative means of eliminating the waste. There is no long-term federal or state funding commitment for continued operation of biomass facilities in the valley or development of alternatives to burning. That the continued issuance of permits for that specific category or crop will not cause or substantially contribute to a violation of an applicable federal ambient air quality standard, and that CARB must concur with the district's determinations on the above points, which they have done with our previous reports. So through SB 705, we've made a lot of progress and effort here to reduce open burning. And so looking at this through looking at smoke management system, our usage of that process, where we're very careful and tightly regulate and enforce the open burn projects that happen in the valley. We only authorize projects when they won't impact air quality standards, smoke sensitive areas, or cause public nuisance. We work really hard at this each year to make sure this isn't happening. Since 2005, when this came into effect, the district has prohibited burning from a majority of field crops and prunings, orchard removals, weed abatement, and other materials. And through the year 2014, this represented about an 80% reduction in ag burning across the San Joaquin Valley. Due to changing state policies, though, in recent years, the valley has lost significant biomass capacity, which I know you're all very aware of. And that was primarily the historical alternative to open ag burning. And with that being lost, it's becoming a real challenge. Back in the 1980s, there were over 20 plants operating, biomass plants, and now we're only down to 5 at this time. So a big change has happened over time. And with this, we've lost a massive capacity for helping operators transition from open burning to an alternative with those biomass plants closing. This chart here just shows the trend over time of open ag burning. If you look back early when SB 705 first came out in 2003, you could see a gradual decline in open burning in the San Joaquin Valley. We point out here at the year 2011, 2012, that's when the drought really started to kick in. So a lot of operators with the lack of water were pulling out vineyards and orchards quicker. At the same time, a variety of biomass plants began to close throughout the valley, losing that alternative. And so both these things happening together really drove that increase in the years after that low point. Where we are now, with us launching our alternatives grant program, which we'll say a little bit more about in a few minutes, we're now seeing that come the other way, where a lot of ag operations are using that grant program to take care of their material besides doing open burning. So we're seeing that trend come back down, which is good to see. Just a snapshot here of what open burning looked like in 2020. The majority is vineyard removals, second is orchard removal, and this has been true for the last few years, and this was certainly the way it was in 2020. So your board has also directed us to identify and promote cleaner alternatives to open ag burning. And in 2017, a few years ago, we held the Central Valley Summit on alternatives to open burning of agricultural waste, and this brought together stakeholders, researchers, and experts, biomass industry representatives, technology vendors to talk about these alternatives that are out there, what's been successful, what are the challenges. We learned a lot from that. And in response to these new opportunities and suggestions, your board directed us to pursue a number of alternatives, including launching an incentive program, which was done in late 2018, to demonstrate these new alternatives, such as whole orchard recycling. So this leads us to the 2020 report that your board discussed and approved in December of last year. And this report provided staff recommendations on the feasibility of further potential prohibitions on ag burning in the valley and established the final framework for the phase out, like Samir mentioned, for the remaining crop categories. And this looked at new prohibitions being reliant on newly emergent alternatives, the call for increased funding to assist with the transition since those alternatives can be costly, call for enhanced state energy policies to support development of new bioenergy, and ongoing partnerships with ag stakeholders, CARB, USDA, NRCS to assist with developing these alternatives. So since that happened, CARB then reviewed our report and took action at their February 2021 board meeting. CARB staff prepared the San Joaquin Valley Ag Burning Assessment Report, which was discussed at their February 2021 meeting. They supported our 2020 report and included the following actions. That included a full concurrence with our 2020 report provided through August 31 of 2021 of this year, a longer-term concurrence with many of our 2020 report recommendations through 2025, and they also included some additional criteria that must be addressed for a longer-term concurrence beyond August 31, 2021, including a mandate for the near-complete phase-out of open burning for the majority of the remaining crop categories by January 1st, 2025, with some exceptions like disease crops. Within that CARB action, CARB had a commitment to seek out new state and federal funding to support the accelerated phase-out of open ag burning, and that included a CARB commitment to support new bioenergy alternatives. And so then the district was required to develop and make available to CARB by August 31st of this year an updated plan that incorporates CARB's recommendations, which is what you have before you today, this supplemental report. So just a few points here in CARB's action on some of the crops. In their meeting in February 2021, they provided concurrence through January 1st of 2025 on our 2020 report for the following, and that included surface harvested prunings, raisin trays, residual rice stubble, spot burning, rice field levees and banks, apple, pear, quince prunings, and orchard removals, weed abatement, disease beehives. But then what they had in their report was the CARB establishing an accelerated phase-out criteria for the following. Prohibiting large ag operations from burning by the year 2022 for vineyard and small orchard removals, and the phase-in prohibitions for smaller ag operations as we get closer to 2025. The accelerated phase-out schedule for citrus orchard removals and decreasing the percent of acreage that can be burned of rice stubble from 25% to 20%. So today's recommendations, and we've worked through this over the last few months, in response to CARB's February 2021 action, we've developed our supplemental report and recommendations on agricultural burning through a public process, which Jessica will talk more about. We've developed an updated report and recommendations, and the district and CARB have been working closely together to address these key issues under the following principles. That the phase-out schedule recommended is set to maximize the reduction of tonnage of material burned as early as possible while taking into account the feasibility of alternatives for different crop types. And consistent with CARB's recommendations, the smallest ag operations would be given the most flexibility and the longest time to adjust to the phase-outs prior to the near-complete ban of open ag burning by 2025, and that significant support would be needed to assist with the transition away from open burning in the coming years due to the limited availability and high cost of alternatives. So before I show the phase-out schedule, just a few other points that we had to think through and consider. This is specifically for vineyards. Many of the vineyards in the San Joaquin Valley are called cordon or spur pruned vineyards, where they are pruned in a specific way where the wire in the vineyard can become infused or embedded within the woody material through the approach taken in the pruning process. And because of that, it can cause a lot of challenges when we're trying to think about how we can take that woody material, chip it, or incorporate it if there's wire embedded within there. So because of this, there are currently limited alternative disposal options besides burning for that kind of material. Chipping and soil incorporation is not yet viable due to feasibility issues with removing the wire. There's a lot of cost associated with exposed wire removal. Wire contamination in the field, if it's incorporated or applied to the land, is a concern as well, a safety risk. So lots of challenges here for cordon vineyards. For cane pruned, which doesn't have that challenge where you can more easily remove the wire from the vineyard, it is more viable and to go through an alternative program like they have through our incentive program, but there still is a high cost to do that, to remove the wire, get it separated, and get it ready for chipping or incorporation. And we're considering demonstration projects to evaluate all the alternatives that we can have available for vineyard removals. Just a few other points here on citrus and small orchard removals. For citrus orchard material, it's not been historically accepted by biomass facilities. Soil incorporation for citrus lacks research on the benefit of that, which we need to work on expanding that understanding. And the stump disposal can be difficult through the chipping process. For small orchard removals, there's already a high cost, a project setup cost to bring in the equipment to do a removal project to chip it and incorporate it. So smaller ag operators would have to bear that big cost up front. There's limited chipping fleets. There can be long wait times for farmers to have their fields material incorporated, and that can affect their schedules and planting schedules for what they plan to do next. So with all of that in mind, I'm just going to walk through a few slides here that highlight the phase-out schedule that we're proposing in our supplemental report. So this slide here is specific for vineyard removals. And so based on the challenges that we have with cordon vineyards versus cane vineyards, there's a bifurcated approach here where on the top of the slide you can see some different acreages here for cordon vineyards. I'll start with that. So on the left-hand side, we're saying here that by January 1st, 2022, ag operations over 2,000 acres in size would not be able to burn their vineyard removals if it's a cordon-type vineyard. Going forward in time on the right, that ag operation threshold would drop to 1,000 acres in 2023, then 250 acres in 2024, until January 1st, 2025, all type of vineyard removals would not be allowed to be open burned. Down below that is the schedule we have proposed for cane vineyards, and these are more easily can go through an alternative program, chipping and incorporation, because you can separate the wire more easily. So what we have here for the ag operation thresholds, we're saying that any ag operation over 500 acres in size would not be able to burn their cane pruned vineyards starting in January 1st, 2022. Then you can see the progression by 2023, that threshold drops to 250 acres for the ag operation, then 100 acres in 2024, then finally, again by 2025, no vineyard removals would be allowed to be burned. Just wanted to note here that through this proposed phase-out schedule, there's some numbers here at the bottom of the slide. We're saying here that by January 1st, 2022, with these definitions we have in place, about 50% of vineyards being burned now would no longer be allowed to, just starting that year. So that's almost a 50% cut in that first year. Then moving forward in time, we're at a 60% cut, 80% cut, until finally 2025 is 100% reduction. For citrus orchard removals, a few points here along the way. January 1st, 2021, this has already come into effect that any ag operation over 500 acres in size would not be allowed to burn their removals over 40 acres in size. And then there would still be a case-by-case determination for projects between 50 and 40 acres for ag operations less than 500 acres. And then what we're proposing here is September 1st of this year, 2021, We would lower that ag operation threshold to 200 acres, where removals over 30 acres in size would not be allowed, then maintain a case-by-case basis for 15 to 30 acre projects for ag operations less than 200 acres, until finally January 1st, 2022, at the beginning of next year, all citrus removals would not be allowed to be burned, except for small orchard removals less than 15 acres, and that's governed by this next slide here with this schedule for small orchard removals, where what we're proposing here is by January 1st of next year, 2022, ag operations greater than 500 acres would not be allowed to burn their small orchard removals. That threshold then drops to 200 acres in 2023, then to 100 acres in 2024, then finally by January 1st, 2025, all small orchard removals would not be allowed to be open burned. And finally, this is consistent with our 2020 report, and CARB concurred with this. For surface harvested prunings, this is the schedule that we had set out already, that your board considered and approved, where starting January 1st of this year, surface harvested pruning open burns greater than 20 acres are no longer allowed. By January 1st of next year, for ag operations greater than 200 acres, projects less than 20 acres wouldn't be allowed. And then we lowered that ag operation threshold to 50 acres. Then finally, by 2025, it would be completely phased out. So what does this mean for a few other crops here that are affected by this? Raisin trays. In the 2020 report, we proposed that that would end January 1st, 2024, and that's what we still have in our supplemental report here. For rice burning, in our 2020 report, we recommended that by January 1st, 2021, we limit the amount of acreage that could be burned of rice stubble to just 25%. CARB recommended that we drop that to 20%, and we have recommended that in our supplemental report here to match that CARB recommendation. And then, of course, we would continue to permit burning if there are issues with disease or safety or water quality issues, as we always have. So translating all of this to what this phase out could look like in a chart here. What we're showing here on the left-hand side, this is the 5-year average of open burning in the San Joaquin Valley. You can see about 600,000 tons of material has gone through our open burning program on average over that time period. Just to the right of that is the year 2020, pretty close to that average. Almost 600,000 tons went through the program. Just to the right of that is the year 2021, just year to date. So that's where we are right now, just to give you a snapshot of what it's looking like. And then if you look at the years to the right of that, 2022, 23, 24, towards 25, this is what will happen with our proposed phase-out schedule in this supplemental report. So just to compare it with what we see through a full year, if you look at the year 2020 in this chart, then look at the year 2022, this is the reduction that we're expecting in that first year based on this phase-out schedule, a big drop there. And then as we get to 23, 24, continues to reduce until 2025 when it's the near complete phase-out of open ag burning in the San Joaquin Valley. And so at this point, I'm going to pass it over to Jessica Correa, who's going to discuss all of the support that will be needed to make this transition successful.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Jessica Correa. I'm the program manager here for our planning and rural development team, and it's a pleasure to be here today. So enhanced coordination and support is necessary to implement the proposed near complete phase out of agricultural open burning by the January 1st, 2025 deadline per the recommended schedule that John just went through with you. Coordination between state agencies, the district, the ag sector, and valley communities is critical to addressing key issues, which include the feasibility and availability of alternatives to open burning for all farm sizes and crop types, as well as expanding the fleet capacities to support the increased demand for alternative practices. Further actions will be undertaken in the coming months by both CARB and the district to ensure valley readiness to transition to alternatives at the pace needed to comply with the mandated near complete ban of open burning in 2025, and that's what I'll be walking through in the coming slides with you. So the first supportive action we'll be discussing is the Summit on Alternatives to Open Burning, which is proposed to be modeled after the 2017 district-led Central Valley Summit on Alternatives to Agricultural Burning. We're proposing that this summit be organized by CARB with assistance from the district, and that the summit have a solutions-oriented technical focus tailored to growers as well as to developers of alternatives. CARB and the district are currently developing an agenda with input from a wide range of stakeholders, and we're planning the summit for fall of 2021 in the San Joaquin Valley, hopefully in person with on-site demonstrations of alternatives. Next, the Clean Biomass Collaborative is a collaborative that CARB would be putting together to be focused on bioenergy and all the other alternatives with an emphasis on non-combustion technologies. This collaborative would complement the suite of existing approaches, which include soil incorporation, and is designed to facilitate discussion amongst agencies and stakeholders on available and potential technologies, including obstacles and potential solutions. So CARB is in the process actually now of establishing a contract with Cal Poly San Luis Obispo for third-party facilitation and documentation support for the collaborative, and are planning to kick off the collaborative in summer of 2021. So in addition to these actions, significant new state funding is necessary to offset the cost of alternatives for various crop categories, including whole orchard recycling, chipping capacity expansion, bioenergy, and other alternatives. And as Tom and Samir discussed earlier, the state budget is to be finalized in summer of 2021. The governor's May revise included that $150 million for ag burning alternatives, and then the Senate's May budget proposal included the $180 million over the 3-year period with $60 million per year for ag burning alternatives statewide. The governor and legislator, as you've heard, are currently in negotiations to establish that final budget, but new state funding directed to the district's local alternatives to open burning incentive program is critical for the success of the proposed recommendations. And I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about why this is so important in the coming slides. So back in November of 2018, your board approved our Alternatives to Agricultural Open Burning Incentive Program. This program provides funding for orchard and vineyard removals to chip or shred ag material and apply it back into the land, onto the land or into the soil. The program currently provides $600 per acre for chipping with soil incorporation, or $300 per acre for land application. There's currently a project cap in place of $60,000 per year. So through this program, just as an update, we provided $22 million in executed vouchers, which has led to 1.2 million tons of ag material being incorporated rather than disposed of through methods like burning. Now, to support the transition away from open burning, district staff are evaluating potential enhancements to the incentive program. Some of these enhancements could include reevaluating the project funding cap or potentially eliminating it. We'd be considering increasing the dollars per acre funding levels for various crop types where there are technological or cost barriers, such as for those cordon vineyards that you heard some details about earlier. We'd be looking to develop incentive funding options for additional alternatives with priority for non-combustion alternatives as feasible, as well as providing support needed for contractor fleet equipment capacity expansion if allowed by new state funding guidelines. We'd also be considering enhanced funding to support smaller farms to account for the initial setup and high fixed costs, as well as funding consideration for alternatives to burning of exceptions where feasible, including disease crops, attrition, etc. So upon allocation of the new state funding to the district, staff would return to your board with recommendations for enhancement for the incentive program and associated staffing and other resources as necessary for effective implementation. This figure provides a little bit more detail as included in the supplemental report. This illustrates the prioritization of alternatives to open burning. So you can see the priority placed on chipping and shredding or soil incorporation, those on-field activities really taking the priority for the potential enhancements. And then utilization of other on-field alternatives like air carton burners would be prioritized when non-combustion alternatives are not feasible, such as for those spur-pruned or cordon vines. And then measures like landfilling would be a last resort in the event that there's no other feasible alternative. So we did want to highlight there are other incentive programs available through state and federal funding. These include the USDA NRCS EQIP program, as well as the CDFA Healthy Soils program. These are active programs that do provide funding for measures that can offer alternatives to open burning. Continued funding for these programs is also going to be critical to complement this strategy. So given the impending requirements for vineyards beginning on January 1st, 2022, as a short-term measure, the district is seeking authorization of $500,000 in funding to support the development and demonstration of potential alternatives to open burning of wire-infused cordon removal material. This funding is recommended under the following criteria. We would be prioritizing non-combustion alternative practices or technologies where feasible. We'd be providing up to $100,000 technology to offset the cost of implementing the alternative to open burning demonstration projects. Eligible costs could include labor, equipment rentals, data collection and analysis by a consultant, and equipment purchase costs would not be eligible. And this is further outlined in the supplemental report in the board item. We would also include project monitoring by district staff and reporting on the effectiveness of alternative practice and technology by the participants in addressing wire-infused vineyard removals, implementation issues, and other information that would help inform broader potential use of the alternative practice or technology. So these projects would be approved by the board chair with executive director and APCO recommendation if approved by your board today. So outreach to the agricultural sector and Valley residents is critical to success of the recommended strategy today. The district is committed to working with Valley Agriculture to communicate the upcoming open burning phase out and requirements, as well as available grant opportunities. To the right, you can see an example of an infographic that's actually under design right now. We held educational webinars in June to provide key information to agricultural stakeholders. We are developing multilingual infographics and marketing tools to assist commodity groups in communicating requirements to growers. Radio advertising for grant program is currently running, and further outreach events and meetings are to be scheduled later this year. In addition to this, comprehensive online resources are available, including the district's ag burning website, a specific website designed around the development of the 2020 report and this supplemental. Our grant program is publicly available, and we have compliance assistance bulletins posted as well. Now, all limited remaining burning will continue to be managed and enforced through the district's smoke management system. Burn permits will not be approved if there are potential impacts to sensitive receptors, including residential areas and schools. The district is working to enhance information available to the public regarding authorized ag burning during this transition period. And then Valley residents can submit complaints using multiple resources, which are multilingual. So concerned citizens can submit a complaint through the district's Valley Air app, through the district's Valley Air website, and through complaint hotlines based on county residents, with those numbers listed on the slide. Ongoing work with Valley communities to effectively communicate the requirements and available tools for interested residents will be forthcoming in the coming months. And on the right, you can see an example of that multilingual outreach material that's currently available, as well as a snip of our Valley Air app complete form. In addition to this outreach, the district will be conducting active compliance and outreach efforts to ensure ag operators are aware of and comply with the upcoming requirements. We'll be doing continued routine inspections of authorized burns and proactive surveillance to ensure compliance with district requirements, including enforcement actions when necessary. Our inspections focus on compliance with Rule 4103 requirements and verify the proximity to smoke-sensitive receptors, including schools and residential areas. Locations may require special conditions to burn, or burning may be denied at locations due to proximity to schools or residential communities. Our inspectors also verify acreage and verify that dry times are met or will be met, and verify that piles do not contain prohibited or illegal materials. Now, in response to the loss of biomass power plants and the resulting lack of feasible alternatives, a stipulated order of abatement, or SOA, was granted by the district's hearing board back in 2015. This SOA allows managed burning of orchard removal materials in response to the biomass plant shutdowns and the unavailability of feasible alternatives. Operators must pay a penalty, which was recently raised to $750 per acre. However, the SOA is currently no longer being used by growers given the new alternatives and available grant funding. Due to that, staff is recommending that the district work with the hearing board to consider the sunset of the current SOA. Now, these recommendations were developed through a public process. We held public workshops after the CARB February action. We held workshops on April 30th and another workshop recently on June 3rd. The workshops were well attended, and comments included suggestions for multilingual outreach, funding support for smaller ag operations, suggestions for careful consideration of alternatives, including the prioritization of non-combustion alternatives, as well as concerns regarding the feasibility challenges of implementing these new alternatives. The district has held meetings with agricultural stakeholders, service contractors, community advocates, and the interested public. We've provided regular updates at public meetings of the board, the CIC, EJAG, and the Ag Tech Committee. And then we did publish the draft supplement for public review back on May 27th, followed by a public comment period. And opportunities for public input have been ongoing throughout the process. Now, we did receive additional feedback after the posting of the board agenda. These comments included comments on the district's public process, additional health protective measures during the transition, about large and small ag operation thresholds, additional public information regarding authorized ag burning during the transition, enforcement of requirements and community outreach, on the Clean Biomass Collaborative goals, including not supporting technologies that create natural gas, methane, or other combustible energy, as well as comments on the uncertainty of state funding to support the transition and the potential lack of chipping capacity and feasible alternatives. So the district has incorporated suggestions as appropriate and looks forward to working with the commenters to identify opportunities for addressing these concerns. So with that, our recommendations today are that your board approve the supplement and direct the executive director, APCO, to submit the report and associated supporting information to CARB for concurrence and to CARB and US EPA for inclusion in the SIP. We're also asking that your board authorize the board chair with APCO recommendation to execute the agreements to fund early demonstration pilot projects for alternatives to ag burning, per the proposed approval criteria that I discussed, in an amount up to $500,000. And then given the time sensitivity and importance of new state funding, we're asking that you direct the APCO to expeditiously return to your board for appropriation of new state funds upon approval by the legislator and governor in the state's 2021-2022 budget. We'd be developing recommendations for the enhancements to our incentive program and associated staffing and other resources as necessary for effective implementation. But in the event new state funding is not approved in the 21-22 budget, the APCO will return to your board with updated recommendations as appropriate. And with that, you'd also authorize the chair to sign the attached resolution. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to you for comments and questions.
Very good, thanks. Okay, we have some comments by members of the board. Councilmember Bessinger.
Yeah, that was a very informative report. Thank you. I have a question about the clean biomass energy concept that doesn't have combustion. Is there actually some technology there, or are we? In my line of work, I hear reimagine policing with people who don't know what they're talking about. What is a non-combustible biomass energy scenario?
That's a great question, Council Member. What I can tell you are the types of projects that we hear interest about, and there's a range of them. They range everywhere from what's called gasification, where you take the woody material and you heat it up in the absence of air, and you actually generate basically biochar, like an ash, along with a synthetic gas, which could be a renewable natural gas, it could be a renewable diesel, it could be a variety of things, all of them of which be ultimately a combustible form in some some fashion, but offsetting, say, natural gas in the pipeline, maybe diesel is being used, petroleum diesel. You could do cellulosic ethanol. It's another technology that we're aware of, where you could generate ethanol that ultimately would offset, say, petroleum, gasoline. There's a variety of other technologies. Some of the non-combustible technologies are things that are, I wouldn't call them necessarily bioenergy, but they're alternatives. I mean, and we've talked about a few of them today: soil incorporation, composting. These are some of the non-combustion alternatives. But in the bioenergy sector itself, I think. But now the punchline, I think, on the collaborative though, is that there will be a good opportunity, I think, for us, CARB, and stakeholders to actually have a good engagement around what is on the table, what technologies are out there, and how do we take a look at those? What are the considerations? So I don't think there's a lot of answers to all of that today. I can only tell you what I see happening in the renewable energy sector, which is the technologies that I just outlined, which are actually being demonstrated everywhere, not only even in the country, but in the world. And I think there's a lot of interest potentially in looking at those technologies, and there could be a lot of emission reduction potential if you design those projects correctly. So it's something that we're very interested in just evaluating through the collaborative process.
I mean, it would seem to me the summit that is going to be occurring, rather than have a long conversation about what could happen in the future with technology that may or may not occur, maybe a discussion about reinvigorating the biomass energy industry just for the purposes of disposing of agricultural material. And it could be, it could run during only parts of the season. It gives a reasonable alternative for us to be able to dispose of this stuff, not burden the agricultural industry with economically unfeasible things, or force them to fallow multiple acres because they can't do anything with them because they can't get rid of the product that they grow. And also, put some energy into the grid. But I'm just concerned about the environmentalist attitude of we can make clean energy, but they don't tell you how to get there. And then we penalize people who grow food and put them in a position where they're going to have to pay fines, be cited, or decide that they're not going to do this anymore. And I'm very concerned about not being able to reduce pollution because we're creating roadblocks with no viable alternatives.
Thank you. Supervisor Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you. On page 4, geez, I wrote down, can't read my writing. Biomass plants, 1980, 20, today 5. Sawmills, 1990, 120, now 20. It just shows what's happening to all of our production, to take care of our dead and dying, prunings, whatever. On page 14, page 12, I wrote down I said, why don't we put air curtain burners? And then on page 26, you bring it up. So thank you. I believe in those things, and I got 2 questions about them. First of all, I know they burn so hot they will melt metal up. 'Cause we run it up there to Sawmill, those few years. We still have 3 of them, the Cal Fire and our local 3 counties, I think 4 counties, Tulare, Fresno, Mariposa, and Madera. And I think there's actually one down at Tulare right now. But I think that those, especially the vineyards, I think that would be the way to do that. And the other question I got, will they be able to use air curtain burners after that 2024?
Mr. Chair, board members, just to a couple of questions there. Number one, the proposal that we're making today, it's an all-in proposal. So that either we talked a lot about bioenergy, about the primary alternative right now would be the chipping, grinding, and either spreading or incorporating into the soil. But there are definitely going to be situations where the air curtain burner may play a role. It's untested, in terms of the use of the burner, specifically for the
just for those
the wire infused sort of a vineyard removal.
We got them to try it though.
But I think it's something that is definitely a potential technology for that purpose, because there really aren't any other alternatives in that case. I mean, you could potentially haul it off to the landfills that may or may not be willing to accept the material, given the state's diversion goals. It's not a sustainable path for that. You can't compost to wire-infused vineyards. You can't. We're taking a look at some potential chipping technologies, but there's major barriers on that side as well. So I think the goal, the question here is going to be, as an alternative to actually burning the material, what's actually feasible, and that's where potentially an air curtain burner may fit in. But that's after going through the exercise of prioritizing other alternatives.
Some of those.
And even when even during the removal process, there may be considerations that have to be taken into account, for the air curtain burner. So those are things that would be looked at. This is a technology forcing proposal that we have before you today.
See it later.
And that's something that's important to understand, is that so in some of these areas that we're talking about, it's not entirely clear how the alternative is going to play out. But it's something that we know that, given the necessary state resources and partnerships with our stakeholders, that we feel that we'll be able to come up with the solutions for that. But it's technology forcing, as often things that we propose before, bold proposals like this before your board. So we definitely wanted to put it out there that there's a hierarchy and a potential for these different things to play a role. And especially, the other thing I want to throw out there that wasn't very clear during our presentation is that we have 5 biomass plants that are still operating in the valley. We don't know what the long-term viability of those plants is, but if they continue shutting down the way the other plants have shut down, not only do you have the existing material that we have to deal with, that transitioning away, but there's also an outlet that the biomass plants that are in operation continue to serve, that could actually, so that the fleet expansions that we're talking about for these alternatives becomes even more important as plants, continue to shut down over time. So there's an urgency to actually developing these alternatives very aggressively, because it's not just the existing material, but it could even be even more material if plants continue to shut down in the near future.
And what's really neat about them too, the air curtain burners, is you don't have to haul all that, the chips or prunies, whatever it might be, whether they get to it. You can take the air curtain burners right to the 10 acres, 20 acres, 100 acres. It don't make any difference. You can take it right to it and burn it right there. So you're already right there reducing carbon. I mean, gas on the roads being tore up. It sits on a flatbed. You run them out there, and take some fuel out there and a loader, and but once you start them, you got to go 24/7. So you set them on that piece of property and get it done.
Great, thank you, Dr. Pacheco-Warner.
Yeah, thank you to all your staff for just this amazing work that they've done. I want to start off my remarks by saying that as I visited farmers impacted by the lack of permitting of burning due to the wildfires last year, the alternatives are also very necessary and timely right now, because the windows will continue to dramatically decrease for open burning, whether or not we were faced with this report. I have been an ongoing advocate to make sure that this accelerated timeline is actually feasible, and will continue to be engaged in that as well. I also appreciate our environmental justice community for your ongoing engagement on this issue on behalf of residents who bear the health effects of burning. As someone who lives down the block myself from places where there is open burning still, I live that myself. I appreciate the willingness of the farmers to engage our district and CARB on problem solving, the alternatives to and the implementation, and just a big thank you to you guys for really openly engaging us on this. And a special thank you to Richard Corey and his office, who the CAR board charged with working closely with the district and all stakeholders on this issue. And he has done exactly what we at that board charged him with, I believe. And I think you guys at the district would agree as well. To other board members that may not be following this as closely, these demo projects that the funding request is absolutely crucial because we need to find what the real cost of implementing these alternatives is in actuality when it comes to not just the machinery, but the labor as well. And we need to do it quickly. I know that we had talked about notification when this first came up, and would really like to see that come to a resolution this summer. As I've noted before, the information is already public information, and while I know we want to avoid the information being used for litigious purposes, all of the great farmers and groups I have met are so committed to following these regulations. So we shouldn't be spending too much time protecting those small amounts of bad actors that may be out there. With that, I do have a question at the end, but I do want to thank again everybody on your team for this and going forward on all of this. I hope that we can receive an ongoing update on this issue and maybe a more comprehensive update in December so that we can make sure that we are on track and react to any new developments that may significantly affect the feasibility of the timeline. So I do request that. And the one question that I do have is that I know you talked about enforcement and, all of the things that will go into that seems very time intensive. So is there a plan for increased funding for enforcement, for our enforcement team to do this work as well? And again, thank you so much to all of you.
Let me try to take those questions, Mr. Chair, if I would. So first, I just want to thank Dr. Pacheco-Warner for her ongoing attention to this issue, not only on our board, but also on the state ARB. It's been very, very helpful to have just a lot of energy, placed by her in really trying to understand and help develop a bold transition plan here. I just want to express our appreciation to her and to CARB, Richard Corey, their team, who've been really great to work with and understanding the board's direction, back in February, and really just coming up with recommendations that were consistent with the board's direction. Really appreciate all of their work, the staff, the ag stakeholders, as well as the environmental justice community. All of them have been engaged in this process. Really just want to echo that those words of appreciation by Dr. Pacheco-Warner. You had several questions there. First, absolutely, it's something that we want to report on, on a regular basis. So I think we can bring this back to you'll be hearing about the funding. I think first you'll also be hearing later in the year. I think by December would be a good time to come back and do a touch base and see how things are going. But we'll be in the middle of that winter season, and hopefully, hopefully by then, if everything works out according to plan here, there would be some funds that would be available right around that time, the new state funding, and we'll just that's be an ongoing discussion, right? So we'll have to talk about that. You had brought up a notification and information around agricultural burning, as noted by the staff. It is something that we are. That question around more information to the public around what is being authorized to be burned is something that we're looking at right now, and we do think that we can make information available during the summer timeframe that you had discussed. So it'll be something that we continue to try to work on. Obviously, what we're proposing here is a very bold transition in a very short amount of time to actually not have open burning occurring. So I think this question around notification, is something that during the transition, certainly we can do the best we can to let the public know, interested public or concerned residents know what's going on. But we're also just a reminder that we're actually phasing out open burning, and that's really the focus of the effort here. And then lastly, on the enforcement side of things, during our zero-based budgeting with the new budget that was approved, we do allocate quite a bit of resource to the not only the authorized bird inspections that we do for all the orchard and vineyard removals, but also the proactive surveillance that we do. And we have quite a bit of inspection staff that are in the field every day. Part of their requirements actually is, as they're traveling throughout the valley, they're actually on the lookout for illegal burning. They're proactively doing that surveillance. They're aware of when burning is allowed or not allowed across the valley. And so this is something that we budget for. We will need to probably add some resources when we come back to the board to talk about the funding and the transition. There will be resources necessary to spend that much money, the $180 million or so that we're hearing about in the state budget. Part of that money is going to be the verification work that we need to do, to work with growers to do these different projects. So that's going to involve probably even more staff, on the enforcement side and just across the board. That's something that we're going to evaluate. We're evaluating now as part of coming back to the board. And there would be state resources to basically support those activities that would come with that funding, and that would be a part of the package that we come back to the board with. But the strong enforcement in this program has always been something that we've done. Obviously, we also respond to complaints when those come up. But our main goal and our main strategy on this is to proactively, work with our growers, make sure they understand the requirements first. That's where the outreach is so important in Jessica's presentation. But then also surveilling, and when there's bad actors, of course, we're going to cite and take the appropriate actions at those times as well. So,
Thank you so much.
Great. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Samir, this question is for you. I know we spoke on Tuesday in regards to the meeting I had with West Coast Biofuel in regards to the closed loop gasifying system that they're looking to build here in San Joaquin County. One, I just wanted to make sure you got that contact information. And second is, according to the report, there would be funding to support the development of alternatives. So would this funding be available for this project? If not, maybe a possible pilot program?
Thank you, Supervisor, and I do appreciate the connection there with that potential project proponent. We're certainly going to be following up. We do have that contact information to find out more about the project, to see so that we can work with them to understand our requirements and what opportunities there may be, and what the proposal entails and what benefits potentially could come from the project. So I do appreciate that ongoing work on your part to keep looking for solutions to help address the transition. As far as the funding question goes, the funding that's being discussed in the state budget is really directed at two portions of the transition. One is the funding that would help offset the cost to growers to implement what are very costly practices. The chipping, soil incorporation being the primary one, but some of the other things that we talked about. It would be essentially $1 per acre to help offset those costs, and during this transition period, help grow those alternatives and make them actually a viable and a regular part of the of operating in the agricultural community. The second portion of the funding would be, and it would be a smaller portion of the total funding, but it would be to help expand the equipment fleets. So the chippers and the grinders and those that perform the work are at a certain capacity today. They're going to need to be at a greater capacity during the transition when you look at the influx of more wood that they have to handle. So that's going to require a quick increase in the in capacity for those services. And so some of the funding could actually be directed to helping to offset those costs and to getting those pieces of equipment up and running very quickly. There's a third element, which is the one that you raised, which is something that there is no state funding yet that we're aware of that would fund the actual installation of new bioenergy or bioenergy, either electrical generation or fuel generation type facilities. That's something that that's where the collaborative comes in. It's a very complex sector. Certainly, grant funding there's a strong precedence for there being grant funding for those types of projects. And in fact, on the federal level, there's quite a bit of discussion going on right now that could provide significant funding towards the next generation of those technologies. So carbon sequestering, so basically carbon beneficial or even carbon negative projects to address climate change goals and challenges. Criteria air pollutant reducing technologies, all of these looked at on a per project and life cycle, basis. There will be federal funding in addition to the state incentives that are available. And so what you're looking at there, and this is why I'm a little bit long-winded on this response because it is complex, there are energy markets as well that create incentives for those types of projects. And I think the collaborative will help kind of understand, what these technologies are, which are available, what benefits they provide, and what the barriers are. But when you look at the low carbon fuel standard at the state level or the renewable portfolio standard on the electrical generation level, all of these create potential carbon-driven but economic incentive monetization sort of mechanisms for these types of projects. What I think is going to be of interest is to understand, what those incentives are, what technologies work best, match best for the Valley, and what other incentives like the federal grants, may currently be available or are being discussed actually right now at the federal budget level that could also help address some of the capital cost issues. These are all big questions that have to be addressed, and I think the collaborative will be a great place to talk about that.
And Samir, what about looking at economic development funds from the state, job creation funds? Because if you're enticing these types of businesses in our counties, they are creating jobs. And I believe this one would create approximately 45 jobs. So just another pool of money that we would have access to that would help us achieve our goal that we're talking about here today. It just happens to be a dual purpose. Wouldn't we have access to that money also? And if so, is that in our criteria of this board to pursue those types of funding opportunities?
Yes, certainly that would be an opportunity for projects like those, especially as those funds align with state goals. That I think some of those funds are driven through state processes, through the GoBiz and other mechanisms like those. So I think certainly an opportunity for that. I don't think it's necessarily under the purview of this board, but to the extent that good next generation projects are on the table and that there's opportunities that we may want to support, I think that's certainly in the mix. But I would say, that the board's action today that really would direct staff to work collaboratively, within this clean bioenergy discussion, I think that would suffice to have us really take a look at all these issues and see where the next steps are to pursue these types of projects. And certainly your feedback is something that could be brought into that discussion. In fact, economic development, I think their representation from, especially, as is consistent with the state goals for economic development, I think that's certainly something that needs to be put on the table as part of those discussions.
All right. Thank you, Samir. Thank you, Chair.
You bet. Thank you. Dr. Sheriffs.
Thank you. And thank you for those comments about the collaborative and helping us understand that better, because I think it speaks to one of my comments or questions that, we think about the upfront costs with incorporation, but I think we also imagine that there are life cycle benefits to that. And one of the research areas we probably need to be supporting more is the life cycle of incorporation, because we talk about improving soil with that. How much do we understand that? How much do we understand how this changed nitrogen inputs or how the nitrogen cycle in the soil and the implications that may have for NOx? Incorporation clearly changes water and fertilizer movement in the soil. So, we talk about the upfront cost because that's easy to measure and it's clear to people, but it really is a life cycle. And we need to understand that a lot better because it also impacts the kind of financial support we need to be worried about upfront, because there are potentially long-term gains to these kinds of things as well that we need to understand better to help us be smarter about what we're doing. I do want to contrast two of the graphs and be sure I understand. One is the graph on page 5, which shows where we were in 2000, and isn't biomass fantastic? And look at all the progress we've made to 2011, and this is great, the impact we've had. And then over the next few years, that potential technology economically isn't working. We haven't figured out a way to make it economical, and we are back where we were in 2000. Not quite as bad, some progress, but close to. And I want to contrast that to page 19, which shows a continuing diminution. And I want to be sure I understand what I'm seeing. This little residual, that is all the ag burning. That's stuff for which exceptions might be made for disease and the rest of it. No, that is the graph, and that graph isn't going to bump up after 2025. We're not going to ignore the world because things change, like biomass changed. But that's not going to bump up after 2025. Whatever happens in the world, this is the direction, and this is where it's going to be. I want to be sure I understand that that's what our plan does, that's what we're asking CARB to sign off on.
Yeah, that is correct, and that's by January 1st, 2025. So just to be clear on that, but that is correct.
All right. Not seeing any further board comments. I do have a couple questions, Samir, with respect to the drought, and I think there's probably state and federal law that applies to this as well. But during drought, we see less acres farmed. We see different impacts, and one of those is noxious weeds. Is there still room in there for dealing with noxious weeds and materials that you watch a tumbleweed. If you've ever seen a tumbleweed roll across the field, then go back and look at that field after a winter rain. I mean, that thing contains millions and millions of seeds, and it is spread for miles. And so I'm just curious as to, we want to cure things, but there are also imminent needs that need to be addressed as well.
Yeah, so there would be limited exceptions, moving forward, including some of the examples you just raised, disease, crop issues, working with our ag commissioners, because that's obviously something that you wouldn't want to see chipped or spread, to deal with those disease issues. So that's all sort of baked into that low number that Dr. Sheriffs was referring to. So that's all generally been a very, very small percentage of the total when you just look at the scale of this. But yeah, there would be provisions to allow for those justified, exceptions.
Great. Okay. And then secondly, just a quick comment on Councilmember Bessinger's comments. I think we had a member of this board that used common sense as the rule, and in all of his application, and this whole concept of solar and power, has flipped the time of use chart, and now you look at heat events like we're going to have this week. We're going to lose power. I mean, there are elderly folks that are going to be put at risk because of this, and the challenges that the grid faces because of all this shift to solar and no backfill. We just don't have backfill, and so I think comments towards biomass as a benefit to offset some of these challenges is probably huge, and on an emergency basis or whatever, we're looking at nighttime, being in short supply of power. And so I think there may be some real benefits to his ideas with that. But with that, I think still not seeing any more comments from the board. We'll go to public comment, and I just encourage everyone to try to limit repetitive comments on this issue, and we'll move through them. So with that,
Elaine Trevino.
Good afternoon. My name is Elaine Trevino. I'm the president of the Almond Alliance, the trade association for the California almond industry. Thank you for the report and the presentation. It's ambitious, and I know it's taken a lot of work to put this report together. I personally have worked with the district to help provide webinars to our almond growers on how to end agricultural burning. And I can tell you, after our webinars, a common question is, how do we do this with no additional resources? This is not feasible, especially since of the 7,600 almond growers, half are small farmers, and many of those have full-time jobs and farm as a second activity to their profession. So farmers are really trying to understand how to gain access to chipping and shredding services that are already stretched and can be really difficult to schedule. So I'm here to say that many agricultural organizations have come together to try to figure out how to end agricultural burning with the district, and what necessarily tools, equipment, and resources are needed. And this has really been a difficult task, and that there are really no simple solutions, which is why it's taken so long to end agricultural burning. The almond industry has been researching alternatives to ag burning for well over 15 years, and it has funded research, funded trials of whole or to recycling. And while there's been significant transition, we still have quite a bit to go. So my comments today are to support the work of the district, to support the report that was provided to phase out ag burn, and to hear about the challenges that we're going to face. I can tell you we've met with the governor's office, and our request was to fund the end of agricultural burning for the San Joaquin Valley. Our coalition met in March, April, and May. And when we saw the governor's budget, we were happy to see the line item for the end of ag burning, but it was not the number requested. The Senate's budget came closer. We're hopeful that the programs outlined to end the practice of open ag burning will be funded at the needed level. We were asked what it would take to end ag burning. We researched, collaborated, and outlined what it would take, and we provided the budget. We did not get the budget, and we cannot get to the goal with a 3/4 tank. Why do I mention all this? You as a board need to consider this item without knowing what the exact budget is to support this plan, and that is challenging. Additionally, with the categorical budget block passed by the Senate Assembly, we do not have the certainty we need that our requested budget will be funded. So lastly, we need these funds sooner than later. The deadline is scary close, and we need to put the needed resources into motion right now. So in closing, please know we will continue to advocate for the needed budget to end ag burn, and we'll be very clear and firm that the funds are needed for the district quickly. We appreciate the opportunity to comment. Oh, and one last comment. I would hate to see notification funded when we can't even fund what we've requested to end ag burn. Thank you.
thank you.
Cynthia Pinto Cabrera.
Hello, good afternoon now, Chair, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Cynthia Pinto Cabrera, Central Valley Air Quality Coalition Policy Assistant. Thank you, staff, for the work that has gone into this report. The proposed supplemental report on the much needed and long overdue phase out of agricultural burning must prioritize the following. First, community protections. Open burning of woody waste continues to concentrate pollution in communities that are located alongside agricultural operations, environmental justice communities, farm working families, low-income communities, and communities. We support the notifications. Neighbors receive no notice of open burns, hindering their ability to protect themselves, stay inside, close their doors, close their windows, and stay safe. Secondly, prioritize truly clean and sustainable solutions if we are to meet the 2025 phase-out goal, along with the numerous health protective attainment standards that we have not yet met. Investments must be made in solutions like chipping and soil reincorporation and whole orchard recycling. The Valley Air District should focus its advocacy efforts on additional resources to support these proven clean technologies and practices. The continued use of combustion alternatives like the biomass plants is expensive and also continues to concentrate pollution in some of the most overburdened neighborhoods like South Fresno, Stockton, Delano, and Minnesota. Biomass plants, along with directly emitting pollution, generate increased pollution from trucks. Given the expressed concern about mobile sources from the board, investing in biomass plants also opens the potential for forest waste to be hauled long distances and burned in the valley floor, which our air basin cannot withstand. Thirdly, prioritize truly small independent farmers by prioritizing these small farmers as well as Black and Indigenous farmers and farmers of color by providing support and resources for sustainable solutions like the chipping and soil reincorporation. These farmers are the least likely to be able to afford the upfront investments in agroecological solutions and generally have less capacity to utilize incentive programs. As we work together to align the policies and the resources necessary to phase out agricultural burning by 2025, the Air District should implement the most health protective and ecologically beneficial options, which will provide long-term cost savings for farmers, protect the environment, and promote health in some of the most pollution-burdened neighborhoods in the San Joaquin Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Jimenez.
Hi there, sorry about that. Stephen Jimenez here with the American Lung Association, Manager of Clean Air Advocacy. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment on today's board hearing, and thank you so much for staff for all your incredible hard work on this critical issue. The Lung Association appreciates the board's focus on the important health matter and pursuit of cleaning up the air that millions breathe in the San Joaquin Valley. We recognize that there is no easy task. It isn't an easy task as climate change continues to make cleaning up air pollution much more difficult. But this ultimately highlights the urgency in mitigating harmful air pollutants and cleaning up our air today, as many frontline and vulnerable communities continue to face disproportionate health impacts due to poor air quality. According to the Lung Association's most recent State of the Air report, despite progress made over the years, the San Joaquin Valley continues to face some of the most difficult air quality challenges in the U.S., which can contribute to a wide range of public health impacts, such as premature death, asthma attacks, heart attacks and strokes, reproductive and developmental health, and harm, and greater risk of respiratory infection. As the report highlights, harmful air pollution continues to fall heavily on our most vulnerable communities, which includes children, seniors, people living with respiratory and cardiovascular disease, people of color, and low-income communities. With this, we respectfully urge the board to act on the following provisions. Cease the usage of combustion technologies in pursuit of more sustainable agricultural solutions. We also support the implementation of public notification system that notifies residents of when and where permitted ag burning is taking place, so the public may take measures to avoid the area and or remain indoors. Really, this will be critical to protect public health until the near complete phase out of ag burning in 2025, and allow communities to take proper health measures. We know that CARB recently launched a smoke spotter app to let people know when smoke from prescribed fires may be a local issue, and it'd be really interesting to see if there's an opportunity for similar notification and mapping at the local level. In addition, we respectfully urge the board, for the aid in the installment of air monitors in rural communities where ag burning is likely to occur, and ensure residents have air filters in their homes so they may breathe clean, healthy air when ag burning is occurring. We also urge to hold violators accountable that burn non-permitted materials by ceasing the issuance of new permits to bad actors. And lastly, we urge for you all to listen to those most impacted by poor air quality in the region and prioritize their health as you move forward with the ag burning solutions and alternatives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Shada Azamian.
Hello, my name is Shada Azamian with the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Before my comment, actually, I'd like to ask that the board give more time for the public to raise their hands to comment. There was about 1 second given at the end of the budget item for the public to raise their hands. before you went on to adopt your annual budget without any comments from the public. We wouldn't expect anyone in person to jump out of their seat in 1 second to make a comment, and so I think we can spare at least 10 seconds after each presentation to allow members of the public to indicate their interest in speaking. Additionally, could the board members please mute their microphones? We're hearing a lot of coughing and background noise, which is interrupting some of the comments. I respectfully ask that we begin now as I turn to the supplemental report. Thank you to the district and CARB staff who have worked on the reports and for incorporating some of the detail requested by the public already. I submitted a comment letter to the board for consideration on this item, which goes into more detail on our concerns. We ask that the board does not approve this report until these discrepancies, which are still outstanding, are addressed. On process, it has been difficult to meet and discuss this report with the staff. Repeated attempts to meet with the district staff have gone unanswered or resulted in delayed meetings. On top of this, there were a mere 7 business days to review the report before the comment deadline. And Valley Air had received numerous requests by community members and advocates early on to prevent another rushed review of the ag burning report. Firstly, on substance, the report lacks any health protective measures to mitigate the impacts of ag burning while it is still permitted through 2025. The current plan includes abundant attention to regulated industry, but lacks measures for smoke mitigation or health protection to residents near ag burning sites. The district should immediately incorporate the following into the plan at minimum. 1, a notification system of permitted burns so the public can appropriately protect themselves. 2, installation of air monitors in rural communities where ag burning is likely to occur. 3, provision of free high-quality air filters for homes in rural communities near ag burning. 4, immediate prohibition of burns near sensitive land uses. 5, prohibition of ag burn permits to growers that have been fined already for burning non-allowable materials. Secondly, the enforcement plan for this updated regulation falls heavily on the shoulders of the public through violation reporting. There is no community outreach or education attached to the district's community-reliant enforcement measures, which is essential for the public to know how to identify an illegal ag burn and know to actually call in a violation. Thirdly, it is highly concerning that a clean biomass collaborative is being formed and discussion of investment into clean biomass is progressing with little to no procedural transparency or knowledge about the specific technology. We must reiterate that Valley Air should not pursue alternatives to ag burning that create a market for polluting energy sources. To the extent that any technology creates natural gas, methane, or other combustible energy sources, they should not be considered clean alternatives and must be avoided. Finally, we are extremely concerned with the lack of a cogent definition for small farmers in the supplemental report. The approach in the report allows farms as large as hundreds of acres to continue burning throughout the end of 2023, which we believe was not the intent of the directive of the CARB board when they allowed an extension for small operations. For these reasons, we ask that the board does not approve this report until these discrepancies are resolved. If they are not, we will be urging CARB to revisit the report and discuss the status of these discrepancies as well. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to let you know, and the public especially know that if you are interested in making public comment, that option is still available. Just raise your hand on Zoom or through the phone buttons. Maybe
Yeah.
Michelle, if you could remind the public on how to do the phone
Yes.
hand-raising thing.
And you don't have to wait for the board chair to call for public comment. You can raise your hand at any time during the item. We have several public members that do raise their hand as soon as the item begins.
Thank you.
Next is Roger Isom.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Roger Isom with the Western Agricultural Processors Association, representing almonds, walnuts, pecans, and pistachios. Again, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item. I think that Samir used the word bold with this proposal. I don't think that begins to characterize the impact of this proposal, considering that farmers right now are, in the last years, are replacing trucks, replacing all of their tractors, pump engines, increasing minimum wage, reduction of ag overtime, the loss of water. This is the final nail in the coffin for many farmers, especially the smaller ones. But with that said, given the district's track record and history, they have always worked with the ag industry to try to find solutions. This is no exception. They've held the workshops, allowed us the opportunity to provide comment on this, and we appreciate that. The fact of the matter is that it is the elimination of the biomass plants. The continued attack on biomass plants has led us to this very problem. So congratulations to those that have opposed them. You've got what you wanted. The fact of the matter is, though, we support this proposal as written. We realize that the time has come, but it's been stated many times, we need alternatives. We need the funding that's been proposed. We believe there's funding there. We're not sure of the final amount, but it needs to be there. It needs to be substantial enough to help us get to the finish line, especially with our smaller farmers and smaller operations. Those alternatives need to include long-term solutions. Many of the proposals are stopgap or ones to kind of bridge the gap for us right now, but we need alternative bioenergy proposals out there. There are some, and I'm sorry, they're going to include combustion. There's going to be some that are developing cellulosic ethanol, renewable diesel, or pyrolysis to create electricity. We need those operations. Those are the solution, especially for the smaller ones where commercial chipping operations and that just aren't going to deal with the 20-acre grower or those small situations. So with that said, we urge you to support this proposal and move forward. And we encourage the continuation of these pilot projects that Mr. Shake mentioned. We're very supportive of those. They help prove whether or not the technology will work and whether or not it'll be a viable solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Dietz Kamei.
Thank you. I have the question, what is clean biomass? It's documented that biomass contributes to greenhouse gases. How is one able to prevent biomass from causing greenhouse gases and black carbon introduced into the atmosphere? There are technologies that are filters, but Rio Bravo has nothing to prevent the greenhouse gases and the black carbon from going into the air. And there are more and more houses being built in the direction of Rio Bravo. Since wildfires are our new normal due to climate change, reducing black carbon PM2.5 that is intentionally created by wood burning and biomass, wood burning of all kinds, we have to move away from it. We have a growing population in this valley. More and more people are at risk from black carbon PM2.5. Unfortunately, this is occurring in what was initially an ag environment. But it is the current situation we now find ourselves in. Populations whose health is going to be affected by black carbon PM2.5. Some people are unable to close windows. Some people are unable to prevent this pollutant from coming into their homes. Some people do not have air conditioning. Some people are at the mercy of the pollutants in our atmosphere, in our air that we breathe. And some people, many people, are going to be affected by the wood burning of any kind and by the alternative of biomass. We need to move away from it. What do? We now have urban populations in this valley, and they need to be protected. Thank you.
Mark Rose.
Ooh, I can use the bathroom.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to comment. My name is Mark Rose, and I'm the Sierra Nevada Program Manager for National Parks Conservation Association. I wanted to thank staff for their work on this, but also express my concern with the supplemental report's overly broad definition of small farmers. The CARB board voted in February to allow ag burning to continue in the valley for small farms under the express condition that burning at large operations will be phased out by the end of this year. When it comes to defining what is a small farm, however, the report apparently states that through 2023, 98% of all orchards in the valley up to 500 acres, and 90% of all vineyards up to 2,000 acres qualify as small farms. This absurd definition extends far beyond what any reasonable person would define as small. 98% of the orchards in the valley are not small. The commenter from the almond board just stated that only half of almond farmers are small farmers. The supplemental report provides no data or methodology for how staff came up with such an expansive definition. This leads me to believe that this definition is entirely arbitrary and not based on any real-world criteria that would specify who continues to need help with this transition and who is already well situated to adopt alternatives such as chipping and reincorporation. I thus ask you to reject the proposed definition and lower the threshold to a level that truly encompasses what a reasonable person would define as a small farm. With the state legislatures May revise proposing $150 million in incentive funding for agricultural burning alternatives in the valley, we want to make sure that this funding goes to farmers that the Valley Air District staff have repeatedly stated need help to purchase equipment or hire contractors. With such an expansive definition of small farmers in place, the vast majority of the state funding will go to large operations claiming to be small so they can get their hand out, as opposed to the truly small farmers, especially low-income farmers and farmers of color, who are the most likely to struggle in this transition. Finally, I do want to caution the board about pulling any near-term incentive funding from proven alternatives like chipping and reincorporation or composting and using it on costly and unproven so-called next-generation clean bioenergy projects. I actually agree with Councilmember Bessinger on this. We have a limited amount of time to make this transition and need immediate action to help Valley farmers with this technology. While bioenergy might have some uses in the limited future applications, as it stands, the technologies like carbon capture and sequestration, pyrolysis, gasification have not been fully realized at scale and will take years or even decades to develop in the valley. The very few projects that have been built often end up costing far more and provide far less air and climate benefits than first promised by developers. Until these projects are developed at scale elsewhere and proven to be cost effective, we should not turn the valley into an experiment ground and spend what limited funding we have available on alternatives that will add additional air pollution in a region that cannot afford it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gustavo Aguirre Jr.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Gustavo Aguirre Jr. with Central California Environmental Justice Network down here in Bakersfield. Thank you all so much, first for the opportunity to speak on this issue, but for the presentations and the speakers before me. You know, as I sit back and I listen to today's conversation, some of the words that stuck out are concerns, our immediate needs, our, you know, the sense of farmers and the community, right? But as a community organizer that organizes in you know, very rural communities, oftentimes surrounded by agriculture, like in Arvin and Lamont, like Lost Hills and Shafter, oftentimes what we're not talking about, and one of the most important pieces here, something that really runs the engine of the Central Valley, are the farm working communities, the residents that actually live near and on these farms, right? As we talk about the effects of air pollution and climate change, it's very clear that wildfires are some of the most detrimental pollution episodes, you know, in our valley. And if you take that scale and put it down to a granular scale where a neighborhood is, where community is, these open burnings are also some of the most detrimental to these communities, right? And so I think this plan doesn't go far enough. It doesn't have enough kind of reinforced and strong support to really protect these communities. I believe that the notification system is something that's very overdue. There's notification systems for so much things, right? But to protect public health, there's very little. So, you know, we're requesting that the board really take a look at this plan and really reinforce it to really bring the numerical applications to something that's more realistic and a time frame that's even quicker than what we have in front of us, right? And it's not environmentalists winning here, right? It's everyone winning here. It's all the communities that live near to these communities, but also the folks that benefit, that ship, these nuts and walnuts across the world, right? And so with that, I'll end my comments. Thank you very much.
Jesus Alonso.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jesus Alonso with Clean Water Action. I want to start by saying I really appreciate and thank the staff for this report. As a community member and as an organizer here in the Valley, here in Kern, I really can't express enough how relieved our communities are that we finally have something in sight for the end to ag burning. I would also really like to express my appreciation for the move of the district towards non-combustion alternatives. Something I would like the district to keep in mind in respects to biomass facilities is that in prior biomass facilities, that in itself was also not really feasible. What really occurred is that they simply moved pollution and burning elsewhere, and more often than not, that elsewhere was in low-income communities of color that were already overburdened with pollution. I hope as we move forward that these alternatives that we're looking towards, we keep in mind to avoid repeating that very same mistake. Something else I'd like to suggest as part of the outreach effort is meeting with communities most impacted by ag burning, meeting with the community groups there, working with the schools, and having more direct connection with those communities and making more readily available the valuable tools that were shared earlier, like the notification system and the app as well. Finally, I would like to also share my concern for the vagueness of the term small farmer. The vagueness in itself, like mentioned before, really places true small farmers at a disadvantage when it comes to getting the much needed resources. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Manuel Cunha.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, staff, and Michelle, thank you for all the work you do on all these meetings. Sometimes we forget to talk to some of the staff, but thank you for everything you do also for the CAC and the EJAG meetings and your staff. So thank you. And Samir, thank you for the report. I want to acknowledge Richard Corey and his staff and Michael and Edie and everybody else that's worked hard to do this. Yes, it's going to be a very time issue of a lot of work on all parts. First is I want to tell the Sierra Club, I'm glad you know my farmers. I'm glad you know farmers and you know what a small farmer is. Maybe if you went to Sacramento and you looked at what regulations have destroyed our small farmers. I represent a minority of farmers, African American, Asian, and many other small farmers. And they're not being taken out because of some of these issues. They're taken out because of the regulations that have been adopted by Sacramento. So don't blame it on the ag burn and forestry people and the environmental. None of you talked about the forest fires like the Creek Fire that burned homes and houses and cars, the Camp Fire that burned people, and all of those pollutions from that are more dangerous than our farmers ever did. And we did not burn in 2020. And I'm getting tired of hearing from the environmental Sierra Club people and those folks who don't even know what agriculture is. This is going to be very difficult. We know that. We are attempting and we are going to work very closely with our district, our staff, our board, and ARB to do what we have to do. But I don't appreciate environmental groups telling me about small farmers. I know our small farmers. I have them. You don't have them, Sierra Club. So don't start talking about my industry that you don't know a damn thing about. And I apologize to the board and those folks to have to hear this, but I'm tired of hearing that. We will make this work. The funding is crucial. The incentive funding is important. We will make these things work. We are going to do pilots that make sense. And we will accomplish what we're trying to do by 25. Yes, that will happen. And I like the way some people point at, 25. And Dr. Sheriffs, yes, it says 2025, sir, and that's when it will end, except for disease. And to this day, we're not going to change that law. That is determined by the Ag Commissioner and the survival of our commodities. So I appreciate the staff. I encourage the board to move forward on this. The workshops were great. The staff did a great job. Jessica and all the others did a great job in notifying people of the comments. I attended all of them by Zoom. And again, I want to thank and move forward, please. We have to get this thing going so we can get the job done and keep going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I see no additional public comment on this item.
All right, very good. Thanks for all the comments, and we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and action.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second that, and I just, Buddy, could we put a little on the motion that as long as the state fully funds this, we can't afford to pass this without having funding, at least that
correct, because I think it's
$250 million.
inferred in the.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could just, I'm sorry, but if you want to finish your thought, Supervisor.
No, go ahead.
What I was going to say was.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, in our recommendations for the item as written, we do note that in the event that state funding is not there, that we look at that and return to the board.
Return it to the board.
Yeah.
So I think by just adopting the recommendations as written,
okay,
it's actually already embedded in the document. So I would just suggest that if that's the goal there, that it's already there, and through direction you're reaffirming that, but just want to make sure.
Right.
That's part of the resolution at CARB as well.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second. Dr. Sheriffs.
Yeah, I support the motion. I just wanted to also suggest, one, I appreciate the comments from all the members of the public. And thinking about some of the issues that were raised, moving forward with this motion doesn't mean we're not going to do anything, or staff is not going to continue to be thinking about ways to potentially address the notification issue, ways to think about farm size, and just thinking about those two issues. One, the farm size issue, I would hope that the staff could be thinking about how to, because we all have a concern and appreciation for smaller farmers, for independent farmers, for people who are depending on that for their family income. Being sure we've got good public outreach about the support that's contained in this fund to those groups. The notification issue. Yeah, on the one hand, the whole point is to get to a place where there's no need for notification because we're not doing this anymore. So being careful about the amount of energy funding expended on something that's designed to go away. On the other hand, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the permitting process, that's a public process. And I look at our brilliant IT people. It would seem relatively simple. What do I know about IT? To make it possible for people to easily access the information, because it's information the public has a right to access anyway, but that it could help increase trust, help increase the public's people with asthma, the sense that they're being taken care of, that okay, yeah, there's an approved permit and here's the potential burn window, and heads up, that we could do a much better job of that. Yes, in the ideal world, there would be a way to specifically notify every individual person within a certain radius, but something like what I talked about would seem to be much potentially doable and well worth looking at. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair, you got a motion and a second, I think, on the on the table.
Sure.
I just wanted to ask you, there's a couple of clarifications that I'm happy to make on, for the record on a couple of other points. I do believe that they're fully addressed in our report in response to some of the public comments and questions that came up. But if you thought it'd be beneficial to very quickly cover those points. The small farm concern, because that came up a couple of times, I just want to make sure the board understands and the public understands that when we return to the board with recommendations on the new state funding, consistent with your board's prior actions where we've actually allocated specific funds for smaller growers, we'd be looking at institutionalizing within the grant program somehow, a mechanism to make sure that there are indeed funds available within that money. Priority allocation, we're looking at different options for it. Actually increased per acre, potentially incentives as well, along with the outreach suggestion that was raised. So I just wanted to assure those out there that those that somehow think that the very fast phase out levels that we're talking about here are somehow corresponding to whether or not a smaller grower is going to get funding or not get funding. That's absolutely going to happen. Now the funding is going to also absolutely be available to a range of growers. So I just want to be very clear out there that when you're talking about an aggressive phase out like this, for every single grower out there who's implementing these costly alternatives, there will need to be support to make that transition happen. I think with a particular focus, to get back to my first point, on smaller growers. And I think there's different ways to make sure they're not somehow at a disadvantage against other growers as they're looking for the funding. We're going to come up with ways to make sure that happens. I also want to be clear that nothing in our proposal provides funding or any other support to the existing biomass plant. So even our grant program right now, per acre, that's not one available option, or it isn't an available option to fund somebody to take the existing biomass plants, and that option is an alternative. That's not anything that we're funding now or are funding with this grant program. So any comments around, continuing to subsidize those plants or anything along those lines, that's just unfounded. That's not what we're proposing. And in fact, somebody I think commented around those plants that we're supporting somehow the forest waste being trucked down to those plants. We've actually been very vocal about that concern when it first came up with the high hazard programs the state set up. That was a state incentive that created that. Since that time, they've actually developed new rules. My understanding is that they actually can't even accept that waste anymore if you're in a non-attainment area, like our existing biomass plants. It's no longer even an option for that high hazard waste. That's my understanding, at least. And happy to. So it actually went back the other way, and largely due to concerns and comments that we raised because they were taking up capacity of the plants that could otherwise be used to help with other situations like this ag biomass issue. And then last couple of things, the alternatives that we're supporting here, chipping, grinding, soil incorporation, combustion's involved. So just want to be very clear. You're using a lot of heavy-duty diesel equipment, off-road equipment to chip, to grind, and to do many passes into the ground to work the material back into the ground. So there's a lot of relative discussions here. That's where careful design is very important, because it's just important people understand that, at the end of the day, there's really just no true zero emissions alternative that we're talking about here. So, and I definitely want to, through the collaborative process, which is my last point, that's a stakeholder process. CVAC, for example, the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition has actually already been invited to participate in that process. It's my understanding. It's CARB-led, CARB contract, and we're obviously involved in that as well. So a lot of these conversations around, bioenergy and some of the concerns are going to be discussed, I think, in that process. So just want to be clear, that's an ongoing discussion, and there's nothing with today's approval that actually, from a policy perspective or incentives or anything along those lines, other than citing the need to continue developing options through that collaborative process, is being acted upon today. So just want to be clear on those various points, and I'll turn it back to the board for action.
Very good. Thank you. We do have one last either question or comment by Mayor Pro Tem Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a comment from my common sense perspective, and that is, we need to work together. And, as I see it today, it's the environmentalists versus the farmers. And there has to be a coming together in order for the processes that our farmers have to go through to work. The bottom line is we have to eat regardless of what you believe in. And it's important that we don't put a small farmer out of business, nor a large farmer out of business. So I think this is a good workable program, and we'll see how the board votes on it. But I certainly support our farmers, and I want them to have the opportunity to continue to grow a product and supply it to the consumers, not only in the Valley, but in the United States and throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any more requests for comment, and we do have a motion and a second. So, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Okay. Through the chair, Mr. Messenger has left the meeting. Mr. Chiesa?
Yes.
Mr. Couch has also left the meeting. Ms. Fugazi?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Pacheco Werner?
Yes.
Mr. Preciado?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Mr. Rickman?
Yes.
Dr. Sheriffs?
Yes.
Ms. Shucklian?
Aye.
Mr. Wheeler?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Now vote aye.
Motion passes. Item 13 is update on 2021 wildfire season.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking at just real quick, maybe just from an agenda management point of view. We have, after the wildfire item, there are two items that do require action by the board. I do believe that we can present those in an expedited way, to ensure, that we take action on those. The wildfire item, I think we can also do it very quickly. I do want to make sure, so the next two items, 13 and 14, don't require action by the board. The 15 and 16 do. So I think it's possible that we can move those up to ensure that we have, sufficient board members
You'll
here.
have to bring dinner in instead of lunch.
Yeah, and then we can, gauge, do we want to break for lunch and finish up the other more informational items, which are 13 and 14. And we can probably squeeze those in before lunch as well, hopefully. But I'm looking at the clock here. I just want to keep the board and the public, everybody engaged here at the meeting if we can.
So you're saying you would like to move
So my suggestion
item
would be to
15?
move items 15 and 16 up, get those done, take action on those, and then we'll see where we are time-wise, and then we can either break or continue with 13 and 14 at that point.
Okay, with consensus of the board, we'll move to item 15.
Okay. Item 15 is approved contract for advertising and marketing agency representation for comprehensive multilingual public education and outreach.
Hi, my name is Jamie Holt. I'm the Chief Communications Officer here at the Valley Air District, and we'll bring up the presentation because I actually brought the wrong presentation. I'm still on wildfires, but I can do it. We'll get right into it. Every year, to support our public education and outreach strategy, we usually engage the services of an outside advertising agency to help us with some of the placement, creative, research, messaging that we do on a regular basis. And it's really all a part of supporting the clean air mission that your board has placed such a high priority on. We really want to outreach to the public, to residents, to businesses, to public agencies, to local organizations. And some of you may remember that we really have three goals that kind of are the overarching umbrella of this. The first one is to empower and inform the public to protect themselves during those episodes of poor air quality by providing timely air quality information and comprehensible information on the health effects of air pollution. We do that through a whole variety of ways. Then we want to encourage and enlist the public to support our clean air efforts and take actions. Often that means taking advantage of our grant programs to improve air quality and public health for Valley residents. And then finally, the third strategy goal listed here is to provide information about the Valley efforts to reduce air pollution, the measurable results and achievement, and the challenges that still remain. A lot of this was mentioned when we went through the annual report earlier. Consistent with the district's core value of continuous improvement, we went out with a request for proposals this year. We do that about every 3 to 5 years with this advertising agency contract, or as requested by the board. So it was kind of up for renewal this year, so we went out to do the full RFP process. The objective was to find an agency that builds on the current successes that we've already had. We do have a fairly good understanding of some of our core programs, but then we want to also build on some of those newer programs, some of the things that the grant programs that are just coming about, or some of the things that that really are becoming more front and center. Wildfires are a great example. And then we also are always looking for that organization, that agency that can provide us the greatest value in net purchasing power. And I always tell people, when you're looking at spending dollars through your outreach, it's not just a question of what's the lowest cost. It's how many eyeballs, how much comprehension can I get for that dollar I'm spending? So there's really two sides to it. I want folks to be as inexpensive as they possibly can. I want them to stretch every single dollar we have, but I also want to make sure that they're doing it in a way where we really see the value and we see the eyeballs seeing our messaging. We're really guided when we go out to work with an agency by 4 main goals. Sound science. So we want not only on the air quality side to be promoting sound science, but this goes into the next one. What's the sound science in the marketing, advertising, outreach world? What are the things that we know will actually get those eyeballs on our messaging? What are the best industry practices? And I've mentioned before, this has really changed in the last several years. So we want an agency that can really bring to the table those best industry practices. We want to make sure that the key staff that we work for, or that we work with, that work for us, really have an understanding of what we're doing here at the district, and they're really working with us to get those wins. And then we want to have that ongoing analytical review of campaign reach and feedback. We want to hear what the community's saying. I know I've been happy over the last couple of years that folks actually have come to this meeting and mentioned some positive things that we've changed based on feedback that we've gotten at these meetings. And of course, our outreach strategy builds on the public opinion surveys that we've done over the past several years. We've done 4 in the last, thank you very much, 4 in the last since I've been here, since 2004. We are on track in the budget that was just approved to potentially do one next year. So looking at what people think about the outreach campaign that we do and doing a little bit broader check-in on what we're doing beyond the kind of day in, day out analytics that actually I was just discussing with Heather this morning. The RFP was released on March 16th. It was posted on the district website and via LinkedIn. We actually did some research and we emailed it directly to over 30 Valley marketing and advertising agencies. We found those agencies that looked like they were big enough that they could actually do the job, and we emailed them. We requested a written proposal that detailed experience, strategy, budget, abilities, and knowledge of the Valley. We actually received 4 proposals. And mountains, yes, knowledge of the global valley that includes the foothills and the mountains. We scored the written proposals, and you can see here, that's also in your board item, how they were scored. I will say that the top 3 all did very well. They were all local agencies, and it was a fairly clear break between the top 3 and that 4th one. The top 3, as mentioned in the RFP, were brought in for interviews. They were actually done via Zoom. The agencies were interviewed by executive and management members, and the interview was really designed to assess abilities, to meet the key agency management, discuss the firm's experience and effectiveness in meeting the district's needs. Today, Archer and Hound Advertising is being recommended to your board as best meeting the needs of the district. Archer and Hound proposal offered the lowest cost proposal. They actually tied with another submission. Both of these agencies had participated in the RFP 5 years ago when we really kind of stuck it to them as far as budgets, and they came in, as I instructed in the RFP, to give us their kind of best and final budget proposal in their written proposal that they sent us, and both offered a 5% discount off of industry standard media commission fee of 15%, which allows a 5% reinvestment. What that means is every time an ad agency goes to place media for us, that is, they're going to place a TV commercial on the evening news. Generally, what happens is because of their buying power, they can negotiate down from what, say, KMPH would give us as an agency, they can negotiate that cost down, and then they would basically be paid the 15% that they were able to negotiate down. We have told our advertising agencies that we want some of that 15% back. So they actually give us a 10% discount so that they only get 10% of that, and we reinvest the 5%. Archer and Hound also has significant Valley experience. You can see here lots of local government agencies. There's even more that aren't local government agencies, but we just wanted to list a few of them here. They really understand the district's key initiatives, and they have staff that has the experience and professionalism that really will help us as we continue to transition, I've talked about this before, away from running TV, radio, old school traditional media, print ads. We still do that. That's still important, but there's this whole new world. Social media, digital media, online presence, everything from street teams for a grant in the communities to a big social media campaign that maybe makes sure that you, if you're searching for firewood, you end up at our website talking about how you should change out your device. They have came to the table to the interview with some new ideas for us. One, they said that maybe some training for some of my team would be ideal, and had some really great ideas for that, which we were on board with. They really kind of do a full circle of analytics. What media are we placing? Well, even before that, what message do we want to have? What is its goal? How can we place it strategically? How many people saw it? What those people did when they saw the message? How can that inform our next round of messaging? So that feedback circle of analytics is really important to us. And then they really came to the table with some ideas about reaching our non-English speaking residents, because I will tell you that our non-English speaking residents globally speaking, are getting their information differently than our English-speaking residents. And then there's this whole middle category that's the folks who are English-speaking most of the time, but maybe at the household, they have parents or grandparents who are only Spanish speakers, so they're kind of walking in two worlds. So they came to the table with how we can use social media and then some other innovative ways of how we can reach those particular groups as well. Scope of work, all that stuff, but then I really down at the bottom want to put support additional district programs as needed and directed by staff. We do have our main programs that we focus on, but it's really they're here to help us get our messages out as we see needs, opportunities, ways to really leverage other things we might be doing. These are the fiscal details. One thing I do want to say is that we do spend less per capita on outreach than other large air districts, yet we have a higher reach. That came from a Hewlett Foundation audit that some of our environmental groups did several years ago. We continue to really try to make sure that although we're spending less, we're reaching more people. This is a 12-month contract. It aligns with our fiscal year. It's $878,000, which was in the budget you approved earlier. It can be terminated with 30 days notice if something were to come up. I don't anticipate that happening. We track everything, both my team and our fiscal team, making sure that hours are being worked, advertising being placed, how much money are we spending, where can we change money, as if we were planning to spend it over here, hey, we don't need it over here, let's move it over to this other bucket. Recommendation, approve and authorize the chair with the executive officer APCO recommendation to execute a contract with Archer and Hound to implement comprehensive multilingual public education and outreach campaign for key district programs and initiatives. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate this, and I wish we didn't have to rush it, because y'all do a great job, and we've outlined that this is one of our key roles in educating the public and the use of the tools that we have. And we always appreciate that. And I know it works because I get guff from all of my friends who want to, oh God, I had to watch you on TV again last night, you know. And I appreciate their concern. So with that, Supervisor Mendez.
A better one. I heard you this morning while I was getting dressed. That's the best one.
Boy, that ought to be exciting. I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh,
Through the-
public
yes.
comment. Sorry.
And through the chair, I do not see any hands raised for public comment. Oh, one public comment. Janet Dietz Kamei.
Too late.
Minutes clicking.
Janet, it looks like you're muted. There you are.
Yes, I just managed to, the unmute did not come up. I want to thank you for this. This is exceedingly important. Public outreach, public education. This is exceedingly important. And I just want to thank you so very much. It is a step in the right direction and is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we,
Yeah, through the chair, I see no further public comment on this item.
we do have a question or comment from Mayor Pro Tem Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question with this organization being contracted. How soon will they start the process of working with the Air Quality Board?
They are, I think, actually on our Zoom meeting. They're already working with us. They actually have been the advertising agency that we've been contracting with for the last several years. But because of how we do our contracting, we did have to go out to a new RFP process. We have changed advertising agencies in the past through this process. This year was not one of those years, though. So they're already working with us and will continue.
So the new concept of online media versus some of the concepts that the board has used before, is there going to be a time of transition, or are they just going to get right into it?
We are getting right into it, but it is a transition. So we have been doing some limited, whether it's digital advertising, what you see kind of when you search for Google Ads, social media advertising, all of that we've been slowly, as the market changes, we've been slowly transitioning away from that more traditional advertising to really, it's based on where the eyeballs are. So if you think in your lives about what you or what your friends or what your parents or your kids are doing, we lean on the agency to help us guide that transition to wherever we think the ears and the eyes might be, where we can get our message out.
Okay, so when you may have customers within various communities that are pretty prolific on social media and media type platforms, and then you may have the older generation who's not. So are we going to cover both those areas?
100%. And one of the things, some of you I know have heard me give the whole spiel about old media, new media. We try to do as much as possible. I will tell you that we can always do more, and we're always trying to innovate. You guys have brought more great ideas over the past few years that I think have really helped us be better at innovative. But yes, we still do the traditional stuff. I will tell you, certain folks, they're waking up every morning, they're opening their hard copy of the Fresno Bee and reading it, and then some people say, the Fresno Bee? What's the Fresno Bee? So we want to make sure that both those folks are having an access to our information.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Shucklian.
I just want to reassure folks that the next round of commercials will be new and improved with a little eye candy in it. So if you're tired of Peterson and Mendez, watch out.
No, they're going to use my outtakes next time.
I didn't have any outtakes, buddy.
All righty. Okay, so I don't see any further comments at this point. And Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Chiesa?
Yes.
Ms. Fugazi?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Pacheco Werner?
Yes.
Mr. Preciado?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Mr. Rickman?
Yes.
Dr. Sheriffs?
Yes.
Ms. Shucklian?
Aye.
Mr. Wheeler?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
I vote aye.
Motion passes. Item 16 is authorized use of service providers as necessary to support AB 617 community engagement.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jessica Olson. I am a program manager with the Air Quality Science and Planning Department. And I'm here today to quickly seek your board's approval for the use of service providers as necessary to assist with AB 617 community engagement. So throughout the development and implementation of the AB 617 program the past several years, the district has really been engaged in robust community engagement process with all of the different stakeholders. So that includes residents, businesses, nonprofits, other agencies, other government agencies, as well as stakeholders throughout the valley to implement the new AB 617 requirements. And those requirements include using input from the community to prioritize air quality monitoring plans and the community emission reduction programs, designing and implementing and tracking progress of both the monitoring and emission reduction programs, designing and developing effective emission reductions incentives programs that feed into those SERPs, the community emission reduction programs, prioritizing the sources and location for expending those incentives dollars, as well as developing and making publicly accessible extensive technical information. And all of that just really requires a significant amount of effort and resources to schedule, to organize, to facilitate those frequent after-hours public meetings, which have lately been virtual but might transition to in-person once again, off-site. And all of that includes preparation of complex, comprehensive meeting materials for every single one of those meetings and sometimes subcommittee meetings, as well as coordination with the meeting presenters, community co-hosts, which are members of the community steering committees, and technical support teams. So to continue to ensure the successful and inclusive process that really meets your board's expectation for this program, expert service providers would work under the direction of the executive director, APCO, to provide services that include the design of successful steering committee meetings that I just described to meet those goals. Those meetings need to be concise, they need to be inclusive, they need to be neutral. Sometimes that requires us perhaps investing in technical engagement tools that help us engage the community. A lot of that really just, especially to run these meetings, meeting logistics support is really important. So in our cases, that includes interpretation of meetings, most recently in Spanish and in American Sign Language. It also includes post-meeting reports that assist in documenting meeting actions and really holding us accountable to the next steps for those communities. And then that also includes translation of large documents. All of this work really results in large documents, large reports that the community puts together. And to really make it equitable and accessible for everyone in the Valley, we've worked with translation services to make sure that we can provide those documents in other languages as required or requested. So really just to support all that, I told you it would be brief. Our recommendation today is to insist in ensuring an inclusive, balanced, and effective public engagement process under 617, authorize board chair with recommendation from executive director APCO to enter into agreements with expert service providers in a total not to exceed $500,000. So that's our recommendation, and I'll take any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Jessica. Dr. Sheriff.
Thank you. And again, just highlighting the board's commitment and the staff's commitment to this process. It's been tremendous to see. It's difficult. It obviously hasn't gone entirely smoothly, but who expected it to go entirely smoothly? A new process, complex process. Yeah, thinking about that neutral piece, because I think, wow, this is expertise that the district has. What are we doing? Well, that neutral piece is an important piece, and so it is, I think, helpful to get outside assistance for doing some of this. And just to clarify, so $500,000, this is going to cover all of the 617 community work?
Correct.
All the communities that were involved in
All 4 communities at this point. Yes.
All right, super. Thank you, and keep up the great work.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions at this time.
Public comment? Through the chair, I do not see any hands raised at the moment for public comment.
Okay.
No public comment.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Chiesa?
Yes.
Ms. Fagazi?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Pacheco Werner?
Yes.
Mr. Preciado?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes?
Aye.
Mr. Rickman?
Yes.
Dr. Sheriffs?
Yes.
Ms. Shuklian?
Aye.
Mr. Wheeler?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson? Aye. And Mr. Peterson said aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. Sorry we're working on how we proceed here. Board's pleasure. We do have a couple more items that are updates. Do you want to take a short break? Do you want to zoom through?
You got lunch?
Yes.
Bring it in here?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to zoom through or you want to? All right. We'll take a short 10-minute break and be back at just like 22 after.
1:30.
The folks who aren't in this room, does that work for the other?
We're going to take a short 10-minute recess and then we'll be back and roll. Is that okay?
Yeah, if I could suggest,
Is Vito eating lunch?
just to have a nice even maybe time on that, what we could do is start at 25 sharp. Maybe,
Okay.
maybe the suggestion for the
Very
public
good.
and board members to.
Yep.
Yep.
Gotta prime the computer.
Okay.
So I'd feel really important if you went 3, 2, 1. All right, we'll reconvene as the board now and we'll be on item.
Item 13, update on 2021 wildfire season.
All righty.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, Board. Just want to give you an update on the wildfire season in 2021, the conditions that we're seeing, give you a quick background on what we saw last year and what we expect over this coming year, what potentially we could expect in some of the outreach and communication efforts we're going to be making this next year. So we've already talked about this a bit in our annual report discussion, but emissions from wildfires are enormous, can easily exceed the emissions that normally happen here on the valley floor. Decades-long fire suppression policies have led to an excessive buildup of fuel in state wildlands, widespread drought-driven tree mortality, higher temperatures, and drier climate conditions in the recent years have led to extended, more intense wildfire seasons in recent years, like last year in 2020. And we at the district, of course, we support any new local, state, and federal fuel reduction efforts. And there's extensive public outreach concerning wildfire health dangers and potential health protective actions that we always undertake each year. We looked at this in the item with the annual report, just showing that in the year 2020, we easily surpassed all previous records for the amount of acres burned from wildfires in California. I just wanted to point out here that in the year 2020, 6 of the top 20 largest wildfires in state history all occurred in that one year in 2020. If there's one fire that makes the top 20 for a year, that's already a bad year, but the fact that 6 of the top 20 are now from last year alone is really shocking. Setting new records, the August Complex Fire is the largest fire in state history, over 1 million acres burned. And the Creek Fire was the largest non-complex fire in state history. That's where it's not multiple fires burning into one, which is a complex. It was just one single fire, and that broke a record for California as well last year. We looked at this earlier today, but just a comparison of the amount of emissions that can come from a wildfire versus what normally happens on the valley floor easily dwarfs what happens here and can heavily impact our air quality here on the valley floor and in the mountain communities. Just a comparison here of satellite imagery on the left. This is a few days after the Creek Fire started with a lot of other fires in the California and western U.S. All that gray you're seeing on the left, that's smoke. That lighter color up at the top, those are clouds. So all that gray there, that's all smoke across California, Oregon, Nevada, Idaho, the various states there. On the right, it's just about a month later, right after a storm passed through, kind of cleared things out. You can see a little bit of smoke there from some fires, but this is more normal conditions of what we'd expect during the year versus on the left when we have these severe wildfire episodes. And just translating that to what we saw with air quality during this time period from August through October, that purple line there, like we discussed in a report discussion, that's our highest level in our RAN system. It's very rare for us to go over this level. It has to be a really bad air quality situation. Just looking through this time period, we had many days where we were over this all day long. So it was a very severe episode last year. And translating that to 24-hour averages throughout this time period, that red line on the bottom, that's EPA's current 24-hour average PM 2.5 standard. It's very rare for us to get anywhere close to that during this time of the year. This is the low time of the year when concentrations are single digits, very small, and you can see through this entire time period, we were over that almost every day across the valley. You can see a number of days when we got above the original 24-hour PM 2.5 standard of 65 micrograms. We were over that for a number of days, and then even into the very unhealthy air quality index category that's above that purple line at the top, which is extremely rare, and we had a number of days where we got above that as well. Just looking at conditions that we're seeing for this next wildfire season, over this past winter season from October through April, we saw about on average 6.8 inches of precipitation across the region. Some of the counties in the valley have had one of the driest winter seasons on record, and we show that in this table down below, where you can see that bottom part of the table shows the ranking as far as the amount of precipitation that's been received in terms of a dry season. And so as you look along the counties here, you can see that almost all are within the top 10 driest winters on season, with Tulare being the second driest and Kern being the driest winter season during this time period that we've ever seen, which is leading to some of the real concerns about ongoing drought in California. And this is a recent drought map for California showing that most of the California are either extreme or exceptional drought. That's true for the San Joaquin Valley counties there. You can see the red or the very dark red for exceptional drought conditions that we're seeing right now. And we expect as we continue to have warm temperatures over the coming months, this is going to continue to progress, and more of the state will be in severe or extreme or exceptional drought. And with the forest fuel buildup, this is, of course, very concerning for this upcoming 2021 wildfire season and the potential there. We also coordinate closely with land managers each wildfire season, like we talked about quite a bit with your board last year, where we work with them daily to provide information on air quality, help them with wildfire response. We also assist in putting out temporary air monitoring equipment to measure air quality in different communities that are near wildfires being impacted. That's an example on the right of a piece of equipment we put out during the last wildfire season. And we always work with our land manager partners to think about how we can help support them with enhanced fuel forest management efforts to address the extraordinary buildup of fuels around our forests. Just a few points here on state resources. In the budget for the state, the 2020-21 state budget was recently amended to provide about $536 million to support wildfire programs across 14 different state departments, with $283 million going towards healthy forests and landscapes, $198 million for maintenance of fuel breaks, $55 million for community hardening and forest management. And this next budget, 2021-22, that's proposed so far, includes about $1.2 billion in wildfire response funds. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to Jamie, who's going to give us some more background on outreach and tools the public can use during wildfire season.
Thank you all. Providing accurate and timely health protective air quality information to the public is our priority during wildfire season. We partner with our local public health officers and directors to make sure that we have uniform messaging, and we've already had our first meeting with them. We also are doing more collaboration with our local community-based organizations. We have an upcoming meeting planned with them on Monday to talk about some of the other partnerships that might be possible. Daily communication in both English and Spanish with the media becomes a priority. As you all know, we do a lot of press releases and health cautionary statements. Social media is probably the most accessible way that folks see our messaging, and we use a variety of different platforms: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Nextdoor, and we do that in both English and Spanish. Educating residents on the available air quality tools. Having that information on your phone is becoming more and more important. We promote a variety of tools. There on the left, the first two are the district's Our Own Valley Air app that you can download for iPhone or for Android. The one in the middle is the Air Now app. The next one is the fire.airnaut.gov. That's a great resource in that it actually will show temporary monitors that may have been placed during a wildfire episode, and it will pull in some of the purple air monitors that might also have kind of on the ground data. And then that on the very far right is the Purple Air app that or the Purple Air site that folks can see on their phone as well. We work with Valley schools, and we're gearing up to re-engage them now that most of them are going back to in school at the beginning of this 2021 fall school year. We have over 1,000 Valley schools, and especially during those wildfire smoke episodes, we communicate directly with those schools, either through email, phone call. I have a team of folks that can kind of be put into action to make sure that the schools are getting that information and understand what our recommendation is as far as keeping kids in during those bad episodes. Our wildfire webpage is actually up and running right now. It provides detailed information about current wildfires, hourly air quality data, health protective tips, link to those temporary air monitor sites that are often in the mountain or foothill communities. It gets updated on a daily basis. That includes holidays and weekends when we're in the midst of the season. It has real-time wildfire and air quality information that we get from CAL FIRE. There's tools about what the public can do to protect themselves, and it also provides links to a whole variety of additional resources for the public. This is just a snapshot of it, and you can go there right now. It's valleyair.org/wildfires. Some of the examples suggested actions that we have from some of our partner health agencies include keeping windows and doors closed, creating a clean room, reducing the smoke that enters your house, avoid activities that create more fine particles such as smoking, use the fan and air conditioning. If you can't, go seek shelter somewhere else, say a shopping center or one of the cool centers. Use a portable air cleaner or high efficiency filter. We're actually already beginning to do outreach with folks about making sure that they have filters in their home or the tools that they might need in their home once we have that wildfire impact. Avoid strenuous activity during these smoky times. Use face masks properly if you are outside, and know how to use them, know what kind of mask to use and when they would be appropriate. And then once the smoky situation has passed, be sure to air out your home accordingly. We communicate directly with the public as well. We do a lot of just direct one-on-one outreach, whether that's at events, in person or virtual. We give presentations. We have workshops for groups. We'll speak to just about anyone, and talking about wildfires is definitely part of our messaging. This is an example of the wildfire infographic that was also in the annual report. This just also includes the Spanish version. We have updated the part about face masks to really drive home the point that we're not saying no face masks. We're saying make sure that you understand how to use them correctly, have the correct type of face mask for what you're trying to achieve. With that, I'll turn it back over to the board.
Thank you for the update. Dr. Sheriff.
Don't let me keep you from, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, sir.
Yeah, really important in terms of what we can do to mitigate some of the public health issues for wildfire. Thinking, as a doctor, I always like to think about prevention. So, of course, we're thinking about controlled burns, and we've had a lot of discussion about how to get behind and support that. I saw a number out there in the last couple of weeks that got my attention. So 4.5 million acres burned in California last year. Yep. Historically, pre-European contact, before we started suppressing wildfires 100 years ago, because we thought that was good for forests and good for the timber industry and a way to save lives, average annual burning in California was 4.5 million acres. I mean, wrap your head around that. How are we going to, and we clearly need to get the public on board with that. Now, 4.5 million acres, a very different burn, wasn't it? The intensity of burn, you look at Shaver Lake, such a classic as you go by Cressman's and all, you see the intensity. That is not the way 4.5 million acres used to burn. But we have a long way to go if we're going to get back to that kind of healthy open forest as opposed to unhealthy, dense, ready to burn hot forest. So a little different discussion, but yeah, it's very much an issue about how we help the public because, yeah, we've gotten them to understand smoke is bad. Wildfire smoke is bad. Controlled burn smoke is good. Good luck, Jamie. Looking forward to seeing how you thread that needle. But, we need to focus on that, absolutely.
Thank you. Dr. Pacheco-Warner.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jamie. And I mean, it's really been great just seeing the activity. I've seen activity on Sundays on notifications of new emerging information. So I know what this report says is very accurate. So thank you for that. I did have a couple of questions in terms of thinking about the moving into this emerging place. One is I know that you guys did some awesome videos last year about how to do your home filter and all of that, and I thought those were really cool. And I'd love to see those more disseminated this year because I feel like they're very relevant still now, and just as they were last year. However, I'm wondering also, in addition, really teaching people about the nuance of the different types of filters that they buy that create ozone, and how to turn those settings off. And, people may not know, like mine, for example, it doesn't say it creates ozone. It has little waves and it's plasma wave. But when we read the manual, it said there, right? And so it's just, it requires a level of literacy that most people that don't work here or are in this board don't have. So I think there's some educational opportunities there as well as more and more people buy them, and I've seen them way more than I ever have in my lifetime available at the store. So I know more people are purchasing them, and I'm sure you guys have more accurate data than I do on that. The other piece, you mentioned about working with the schools, which I think is really, really fantastic. And I know that the large wildfire events, are so widespread. So it's so I'm wondering if there's been some conversations with districts or even county offices of education on some more widespread when those massive wildfires happen, if there could be, tapping on their resources. And, I'll give you an example, for example, for us, in my work with COVID-19, when we started doing the vaccinations for the 12 and up, Fresno Unified, really helped in just getting the word out about one of the events and just use their phone system to just call everybody, and that was amazing, right? So I just, I'm wondering if we can just kind of bank on some of those added resources. As I know you're already trying to capitalize on so many, working with the public health officers, which I commend you for. So those are my two things. Thank you.
I think to kind of recap on the suggestions, I'll take those as kind of suggestions. We can work with the team on this, but the ideas around the air filters, on the ozone side, or the box filters, the low cost, I think all of that to me falls in the category of practical tips for residents to things that they could be doing to protect themselves, right? Buying filters, creating filters. So I think, and we definitely took a look at that in our wildfire pages, as how do we actually tell people what's available as an option for them to protect themselves, right? And
yeah.
And what should they be thinking about? So I think we need to kind of keep looking
and
for that.
And I love the videos. Yeah. I love the videos.
Yeah, the videos are a great part of that as well. I think on the second piece of what you talked about, that's a real issue. I take your comments to provide perhaps an opportunity for cities, counties, us working with the health officers, working with municipalities to try to figure out how we could leverage, some of the facilities, maybe at schools or other buildings, so that we all kind of understand the cooling center concept for high heat episodes. I think for wildfires, the whole clean air center concept is something that's actually being defined right now. You know, as these fires become, for long durations of time, there could be opportunities. In fact, in the state budget right now, there's funding being talked about that we would get a portion of to cities and counties to help establish what are called clean air centers, consistent with the cooling center concept. These are things that we're looking at. I think, you know, it obviously would take a lot of partnerships at the city county level in terms of what facilities might be made available, how we could help residents who may not have options for filtering their air. You know, and that's an ongoing issue. I think people really need to be thinking about that. How do you give an avenue? How do you give an out to a resident who doesn't really have that option? And the infrastructure isn't quite there yet in a lot of ways. The way that cooling centers have a little bit of history to those. This is a whole new concept now on the clean air center concept. We've been supported, by the way, of efforts to generate those funds, and we've asked that it be streamlined and provided down as block grants, basically to cities and counties, so they can kind of work it into their processes, right? But that's going to take a little bit of work. But schools could also be an avenue for that as well. So I think that's something we want to definitely
living
look
in
at.
a small city, I mean, I know that that's such a privilege versus, you know, more rural areas that are going to rely more on, you know, county level services for that type of thing. Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you. I don't see any further questions.
Mine must have went off. I had one.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to, you know, I love that they're trying to put some money out there. I still haven't seen much action out of that money. But CAL FIRE is going around now. We used to have a burn control committee in Madera County. We used to have 1 to 5 control burns every year. And about 20 years ago, they all stopped because of air quality and everything else. Of course, now I brag about how we promote that to try to get things like that so we don't have those drastic fires. And every once in a while we'd have one. There'd be always somebody call me up and say, "You're killing me with your control burn and the smoking for 2 days." And I said, "Well, it could be a wildfire and burn for a month, so what do you want?" So, but you know, we got over those things. But those control burns is really important, and fuel breaks are so important. We, in Madera County alone, just the Costco Resource Conservation did 33 miles of fuel breaks around all the communities up there and over 33,000 acres. And I can't tell you how many times CAL FIRE would say when a wildfire got close to them, that's where they put them out. Just like up at Shaver when they got up next to Edison's property where they had their logging and stuff. And I'd really like to take us up for a tour, like going up to my cabin up at Chiquita Creek, up Mamapoo Road, or Basor, but you go up Mamapoo Road and it's all during the fire, just like going up 168. Where they logged, they're all around my property, my 40 acres up there, they logged at about 30, 35 years ago. And then after the mill shut down in 93, and so then they about 10, 15 years after that, you know, the brush starts coming back pretty good. It's all selective logging, no clear cuts or nothing around that area. And the only place they really did clear cuts up there is around Red Forest, and they really needed to do that. But with this fire come through, this creek fire, I'd just like to, that Jeff Alio, he's from Oakhurst, and he's already done one program with us, but he wants to sometime this summer go up with me, and I'd like to have a lot of people there just to show them where that fire went through, where there wasn't no logging for the last 30, 40, 50 years, and where they did log it, because there's literally hundreds of trees left where they logged it, selective logged it, and they cleaned it up. The Forest Service cleaned those up. You know, they wait 10 to 15 years after they log, and then when the brush and too many little trees start coming up, which they do because you disturb the ground. And just like along the roads, you know how this solid hundreds of trees per 10 square feet? It's because the ground's disturbed and all those seeds sprout. Well, then they'd go clean those up. So they had that all cleaned up, and it was really nice in there, and it started coming back pretty good. But this fire cleaned those up. I mean, you can drive through right now, and there's literally hundreds of these little trees just like this all burn up. But we still got all the trees. There might be one every so often, you know, and a lot of them that did burn were the bug trees that, you know, the Forest never took them out. They've always been up there. And you can see where every one of those laid. I got pictures in my phone here when he gets through playing with it over there. where it looks like Tinker Toys out there, where all the dead trees were laying, and it's just this white ash where the trees burnt. It was so hot. And I can show you on the roads where the asphalt now over the winter, where a tree fell across the road and burnt, or just the fire comes through hot, it just burnt the asphalt. And so now there's a bump in it. And but wherever they logged and stuff, we actually still have a forest there. But where they hadn't logged for a long time, it's gone. I mean, there ain't shit left. I mean, it's so weird, there's not even ashes. You know, and what little bit of rain and stuff we had, it looks like it just burnt yesterday. Usually after a winter, you can't tell where it kind of burnt because it kind of washes it and cleans it up and the grass has come through. It's really strange. I've never seen nothing like this. But I'd love everybody to go up and see where they logged it, where they didn't log it, and the difference in it. I logged mine in 1990. The Forest Service, my 40 acres gave me, I mean, not the Forest Service, the logging company, Norby Logging down on 12, gave me $96,000 to select log my 40 acres. That's what I built my log cabin with. My brother-in-law was going to do it, but he decided not to. His 40 acres is like this. My 40 acres have at least 60 to 70% of my trees left. And I got them this big too. So it's just this wildfire season, and as dry it is now, it was dry enough last year, it could be really devastated. And it's not going to worry about up there where it already burnt. Where it went through the French fire, where it went through 5 years ago, there is nothing left there because Chad Hansen and his fancy group sued the Forest Service from logging. Wherever they logged, there is some left. Where they didn't log, what the French fire killed, the rest of this killed the rest of it. So I'm through giving you all my stuff. It just irks my butt.
Through the chair, Mayor Reyes has a comment. We just were unable to add his name up.
Okay.
Who does?
I just wanted to follow up on the conversation about the schools and the outreach. One of the things I was thinking about was that athletic directors often act as the de facto health officer where athletics are concerned. And sometimes, especially last year during the Sequoia fire, there was still a lot of outdoor activity that, in my opinion, and from our reading, should never have happened. So a discussion to educate the athletic directors, and maybe as the board has previously done with setting aside funding for increasing filtration in schools, maybe looking at ways to create better filtration in the workout rooms so that they don't lose conditioning, they don't lose camaraderie, but they can stay inside in a healthier atmosphere without risking an unhealthy outdoor activity. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing else?
No
Okay.
further board member comment.
Great. We'll go to public comment.
Janet Dietz Kamei.
Thank you. I appreciate the efforts at alerting people regarding the unhealthy air during our megafires. I have seen people out jogging and people out riding bikes during those events in that hazardous air. And educating the public is so necessary so that they don't go out and expose themselves to the elevated PM in the air. Clean air concept is imperative now that we have megafires. And clean air places to go are very, very important for the people who cannot protect themselves from the air, who don't have the HVAC, who don't have a way to close windows in the hot summer. The people who do not have advantages need a place to go. And I think schools is a very good suggestion. All communities have a school. And having a school as a refuge from the megafire pollutants is a wonderful idea. Thank you for this, working on educating the public and alerting the public. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Through the chair, I see no additional public comment, and I also want to let you know that Supervisor Chiesa has left the meeting.
Very good. All right, so this is just an update, and so thank you for that. We'll move.
Item 14 is update on EPA review status for 2018 PM 2.5 plan.
Good afternoon. My name is Shiraz Gill, one of the deputy APCOs here at the district. So I'll be giving you a quick update on the status of EPA's review on the 2018 PM 2.5 plan. So this was a very comprehensive plan that was adopted by your board in November of 2018. Has a whole suite of measures associated with a very robust public process. Your board took early actions on this, and a number of measures were adopted by your board early on, starting in 2019 and then in 2020. And your board, district staff will actually be bringing a number of measures this coming year to continue with our SIP commitments in our plan. So you'll see those in future board meetings. CARB has also been moving along with their SIP commitments, given the significant need for mobile source emission reductions. So they've been moving their measures along as part of the implementation of this plan. So just the status of EPA's review here. Your board adopted it in 2018 of November. CARB submitted it to EPA in May. And then there's three elements, three different standards of this plan. There's the 1997 standard that has two components, which is the 24-hour average of 65 micrograms and an annual standard of 15 micrograms. And then there's the 2006 standard that drops the 24-hour average from 65 micrograms down to 35 micrograms. And then there's the 2012 standard, which is an annual standard, dropping it from 15 micrograms to 12 micrograms. Now, in June of 2020, EPA actually approved the SIP for the 2006 PM 2.5 standard. And since May of 2019, EPA has been looking and reviewing at the other two standards, the 1997 and the 2012 standard. So the status of the 1997 standard, very good news in terms of the 65 24-hour average standard. As you can see, since 2002, significant emission reductions, concentrations have dipped. And there was a couple of years in the last 20 years that we almost attained that standard if it wasn't for the extensive wildfire period or the onset of historic drought. But if you can see in the last few years, if we were to eliminate the wildfire impacts, we are actually in attainment of that standard. So we're working with CARB and EPA to prepare the clean data determination, and there's a lot of exceptional events documentation that we're also working with EPA on. Now, for the annual standard of 15 micrograms is a little bit more tricky. As John and Jamie talked about, extensive wildfire impacts really caused difficulty in demonstrating attainment of the annual average portion of this standard by the target date of December 31st, 2020. And there was also the Bakersfield plant site, which is operated by CARB, had some air monitoring site challenges, specifically with data completeness issues. And that caused quite a bit of issues with calculating our design value. So the value was on the verge of attaining that standard if it wasn't for these impacts. So the district and CARB staff are evaluating potential administrative SIP updates to address these issues. Now, if there's any updates needed to the SIP, staff will return back to your board at a future board meeting. EPA is still required to act on this plan, and they will do so in the near future. So for the status of the 2012 annual standard, there's two components to that. There's a reclassification from moderate to serious plan, which EPA will be taking action by fall of this year. And then there's the serious plan itself, okay? And EPA will be taking action spring 2022. Staff are working very closely with EPA and CARB at the moment, and we'll continue to keep your board informed regarding EPA's review process and any necessary next steps. Again, this is an informational update only, and this concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Very good, thank you. Questions from the board? It's a little different process than I think we thought this was going to be, and instead of taking it and moving forward, that they kind of segmented it and are picking it like a chicken bone. But we're still moving forward, so we'll hope it continues in that process. All right.
So through the chair, I see no board member comments. It looks like we do have public comment. Cynthia Pinto Cabrera.
Hello, good afternoon again, board. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment. Cynthia Pinto Cabrera, CVAC Policy Assistant. The Valley Air District has a critical leadership role to play in protecting public health from particle pollution. The Valley's continued inability to meet federal clean air standards reflects the much needed work to be done as quickly as possible. The largest sources of pollution in our region must be held accountable through direct enforcement of regulations, including industrialized agriculture, oil and energy production, and development must transition to sustainable and equitable practices or be phased out. As staff implemented the commitments in the PM plan, rule amendments, including District Rule 4311 flares, District Rule 4306 and 4320, the boilers, the steam generators, and prosecutors rule. And these rules have been passed to this board without the robust analysis of social costs of air pollution, such as premature death, missed school days, missed work days, just to name a few examples. And this analysis has been requested numerous times during workshops. Health and other social costs are a severe burden to our communities and our economy, and deserve equitable consideration alongside the cost to the industry. Another shortfall of the implementation of the PM plan and efforts to meet health standards include weak compliance dates of the 2023 and 2024, initially going back to the planning back in 2018. We continue to advocate that these rules needed to be done at an earlier implementation date. Furthermore, the district generally continues to over-rely on incentive funding and pay to pollute systems, leaving many uncertainties about the actual achievable reductions needed to meet clean air standards, particularly in light of the recent catastrophic failures of other systems used to manage emissions, like the emissions reduction credit banking system. Unfortunately, particle pollution continues to worsen as we are now experiencing year-round particle pollution from the catastrophic climate-fueled wildfires. While wildfires may technically count as an exceptional event, they take a serious toll on people's health and only worsen our air pollution problems with negative health outcomes that are experienced first and worst by people of color and lower income communities. Today, we continue to urge the Valley Air District to increase transparency and accountability in your programs and prioritize enforcement of these rules and regulations at the largest source to attain health protective standards for PM 2.5. We look forward to continuing to work on these attainment dates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Dietz-Kamay.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize that this spring, the PM 2.5 has been good. And I have been able to go out and walk my dog for many weeks, actually. So I want to give thanks for that. There has been wind in these days, and I think that has helped. But the PM 2.5 has been really good. And I have to stay in once it's over 25 micrograms per cubic meter, and it wasn't even close. Today I did have to use a mask. So I do want to thank you for the work that is helping with the air. Thanks.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I see no additional public comment on this item.
All righty.
Item 17 is verbal report on California Air Resources Board activities.
I was trying to pull up my notes. It's not working. Oh well. It's that late. So thank you so much. As you know, this item that we voted on today, in the way that it's framed, through our process at CARB, our executive officer was given the authority to concur on our behalf. And so I just wanted to make it kind of, clear that in terms of the process, it's not necessarily coming back to the full board. Rather, the next step is for our executive officer to make a decision on that. And I think,
Sorry to interrupt.
thank you.
Melissa doesn't make hearing
Thank you. Appreciate it. Got saved by the bell here. I did want you to also be aware, something not having as much impact here in our San Joaquin Valley as much in the larger cities where ride-hailing companies are more prominent, that we did approve a Clean Mile Standard regulation, which pretty much is trying to electrify that fleet, the ride-hailing companies. So pretty much if you drive for Uber, that there be ways to help those drivers get electric vehicles and transition into electric vehicles by 2030. And then we did have new members of our to our Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. Some of them a strong representation from the San Joaquin Valley, although there are more members that are going to be added to that from other regions as well. And we also just approved another a community for AB 617, which is Southeast Los Angeles. So that is all of my update, but I did want you to know that that's the next step for the ag burning, so that you have that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 18 is Executive Director APCO comments.
Mr. Chair, board members, I actually don't have any comments for today's meeting, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further comments from the board? Supervisor Wheeler.
Continuing on. I just wanted to, I think about after I spoke, a couple of things, when Janet D. Kamei said something about people out riding their bikes and jogging during those fires. Well, in the mountains it didn't happen because for 2 months, a little over 2 months, we couldn't even breathe up there. I had 4 of those big box fans with filters over the top of them that I had to change the filter every day. And filters in my air conditioning, we had to change almost every other day. It froze up our air conditioner. I called the AC guy and he said, I know what happened. I got up there and the filter was only a week old and it was solid black. And we were blowing snot, and I still have this stupid cough, and I still think it's from the smoke that came from that fire, from breathing it every day, even though we had filters and had air conditioners. So that don't help. What helps is not having them. And one of I'd really like to see if sometime, I don't know if we ever do that, to do a tour. And some of the things, even we ought to maybe do some tours on some of the projects we do in the farms, for like when we're doing those burns out there and stuff, and on the vineyards and stuff. And if we could rent a couple buses and take a couple up there and just tour up there that fire and look at the different areas. I can get speakers, no problem. John Mount, Forest Service people, and I being up there, a lot of the stuff if we go to where I've been around and know, I could show that. And then it's not so much of how many acres that we can clear, it's how many trees per acre is what's going to slow down fires. That's the thing that we got to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Reyes.
Move to adjourn.
I know.
Sorry, Monty.
I'll be quick.
Oh no, take your time.
I know. We just heard about wildfires, and I know everybody's doing all they can to prepare for the seasons that are coming up. But I especially wanted to commend the Tule River Tribe here in Tulare County, as they had worked with the USDA to secure funding for a wildland fire protection and prevention building that they broke ground on this morning. I was unable to attend because I was here, but I wanted to commend them and their efforts for trying to help with the preparedness for wildfires. And I thought this was the appropriate time. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And
Something to money real quick?
no,
Okay.
just want to thank staff again for developing all the presentations. I know you work hard on those, and I know we got behind a little bit today on time, and just want you to know how much we appreciate all your efforts, and thank you for that. And you all know that that's not the norm, but today was one of those days. So thanks again for that. Any more issues to come before the board before we adjourn? Oh, we are dark in July. I did want to ask one thing. September, are we thinking about our retreat at all, or where are we at on that?
Yeah, that certainly now with the more positive news on the social distancing and COVID-19, we are starting to put that planning back together again for a September study session. So thank you for bringing that up. And we could lump this potentially under my APCO comments as well. So that is in the work. The way that would work, it would be the Wednesday. So the Thursday that's regularly scheduled, the third Thursday of September would still be a part of that. And then the Wednesday would be the second potential day for that study session. So there'll be more information forthcoming, and we'd have to come back to the board, with a potential agenda and more discussion on that at the August board meeting. But just wanted to thank you for reminding me about that and the board.
So you're talking Wednesday, Thursday?
So it would be Wednesday. Typically, it would be the Wednesday before that regularly scheduled Thursday. So both days, Wednesday and Thursday.
September 15th and 16th.
Yes. Thank you.
Yep. Perfect. For the newer board members that haven't had a chance, I know it's been a little bit since we've done that, but it's a really nice time to focus on some key issues and talk about staff direction and even more about some of our directions with our campaigns and public campaigns and things like that. It's always a great meeting and to get everybody actually together. So look forward to that. And Mayor Pro Tem Lewis.
Thank you. Could someone state the exact date of the planned retreat?
Yes, that's going to be in September.
September 15th and 16th, Wednesday and Thursday.
And it's traditionally at Bass Lake.
Yeah, if you could hold a
I
date.
just wanted to make sure that it didn't conflict with the California League of Cities, which is the 22nd through the 24th.
Great to hear.
That was my
Yeah.
question.
And we will be sending more information to the board on that as it gets planned here in the very short term. But yeah, please hold the dates if you could. That'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Thank you all for attending today. Thanks for all the public and your comments and your activity and the process. And with that, meeting adjourned.